the night in the great world of American TV series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 551, Bad Intentions. My former colleague, Logan said. Oh, is that the bastard special forces team you mentioned? When Kai and Logan met in the new century, he told Kai about his experiences over the years. So Kai had an impression of this incident. Logan's evaluation of this team composed of mutants can be said to be very bad. The leader is a bastard, and the team members are all bastards. In short, every good word. Logan, you actually leaked our information. Stryker was extremely angry. You have to know that their organization, which is not seen in official documents and specializes in dirty work, cannot be seen in the light. Once it is not known to the public, it means that they must disappear. Whether to hide their identities or be killed depends on the mood of the people above. This is absolutely unacceptable to Stryker, who is in the rising stage of his career. You are treason. Come on, Stryker, we all know what this team is like. Treason? Go and sue me. It is an organization that cannot see the light. Once it is exposed, believe it or not, Logan will definitely not be the first to be convicted of treason. Stryker looked at Kai with a gloomy face. He knew Kai was not easy to mess with, but since it was about his life and property, he could not care less. He needed Kai's explanation. Why are you looking at me? I know more about the state affairs than you think. Your little thing is nothing. Kai certainly could not be fooled. Stryker's real identity was just a colonel civilian in the army. This identity really did not make Kai feel much fear. Stryker took a deep breath. Trying to keep himself calm, Mr. Wayne, you have also served in the secret forces of the U.S. military. You should know that our existence is necessary. The United States cannot lead the world by fair means alone. Sometimes, dirty and filthy things also need people to do, and we exist for this. We are also serving the country. Stryker tried his best to beautify himself. Maybe when he was young, Stryker did think so, but he knew that he had changed at some point. It is better to say that he is serving himself than serving the country. For his own hatred. He wants to kill all mutants. For this purpose, he can give up everything, including his conscience. He thought Kai was the same as himself in the past, so he planned to fool Kai with national justice. In fact, if possible, Stryker would like to recruit Kai. After all, such a capable soldier is definitely a good chess piece. Unfortunately, is Kai so easy to fool? It's not that Kai saw through Stryker. After all, he was not familiar with Stryker. What really made Kai disdain him was, Kai was a Chinese. It was completely funny to fool Kai with the national justice of the United States. The reason why he joined the U.S. military was that he could kill people legally and reasonably in the U.S. military. I'm not interested in your little things. I know that Logan is my friend. The reason why he settled here is entirely out of trust in me. So here, he is under my protection. Do you understand? Kai's words were very rude, but Stryker could do nothing about it. As a policeman, Kai knew very well how much authority those so-called mysterious departments had, and he also knew that these departments had greater restrictions. Don't think that a mysterious department can be so powerful that as long as it shows its ID, it can make people who see it tremble with fear. This is absolutely impossible in a normal country. The United States has been emphasizing the balance of power since its founding. The purpose of the separation of powers is to prevent power from being concentrated in one person or one department. The separation of federal power and state power is also because of this. The U.S. military is considered the largest force in the United States, but precisely because it is the first force, it has been vigilant by almost all political forces in the country, and the power of the military is under close surveillance. Especially in the country, the military has no law enforcement power in the local area. Stryker may be able to trick an ignorant local sheriff into doing things for them, but it is definitely not in the form of direct orders. Because that is illegal. And a local policeman can completely ignore any orders from the military as long as he doesn't want to. What's more, Stryker is just a temporary worker and it is impossible for him to represent the military. So no matter what Kai does, Stryker can't do anything to Kai in front of him. Victor, he's completely crazy. He will find you sooner or later. Logan, since he knew that he couldn't get anything good, Stryker didn't plan to stay any longer. Watching Stryker and Agent Zero leave together, Kai always felt that things were not that simple. It was a simple reasoning. Could Victor really scare Stryker so much? The answer was obviously no. If Victor was really that powerful, he and Logan would not have been hiding from each other. After all, no matter how powerful Victor was, he was just a warrior who could only fight hand to hand. Have you ever seen a fully armed special forces unit afraid of an ancient warrior? You have to know that Victor and Logan basically have no other supernatural powers except extraordinary regeneration. At best, they are immortal and very good at fighting. Others really don't have the ability to crush modern weapons. So why did he have to let Logan return? Be careful with this guy, Logan. His intentions are not pure. Of course I know, Logan's code name is Wolverine. He has only called the wrong name, but never the wrong nickname. Although he has no telepathic ability, he has the intuition of a beast. He can feel the malice hidden deep in Stryker's heart. That's good. Kai patted Logan on the shoulder and said, how about we keep drinking and see who will fall down? Haha, come on, Logan laughed. Logan used to be very gloomy, but since Kai cast that magical seal on him, he gradually experienced the joys and sorrows of ordinary people, which made him much more cheerful. The most intuitive feeling is drinking. Logan couldn't get drunk before. His self-healing factor can make him fight against all abnormal conditions, and drunkenness is also an abnormal condition. Now it won't happen. He can finally enjoy the feeling of being drunk. This also made Logan show signs of developing into an alcoholic. If he didn't have a charming girlfriend, he might really become like this. As for Victor, Kai and Logan are the kind of players who will never talk nonsense if they can take action. Asking them to persuade Victor with verbal cannons is just wishful thinking. At best, they met Victor and beat him up until he changed his mind. Around 4 o'clock in the morning, Logan finally drank too much. In the past, although Logan could not get drunk, alcohol may have a certain effect of paralyzing his nerves, so he always drank alcohol as if it were water, which led to very high alcohol tolerance. If it weren't for Kai, the bastard who cheated, ordinary people really couldn't drink more than him. Kai and Red Tank sent Logan home together. The most important thing is that Kai didn't know where Logan's new home was, so someone needed to drive him. Logan lived with his girlfriend. Their house was on the mountain, on an extremely secluded hillside, with a small waterfall and a lake on the side. The environment was very beautiful, but it was too remote. His house was built with the help of a group of workers and the strongman Red Tank. The house was not exquisite, but Logan and his girlfriend Kai decorated it very carefully, which made this house, which was almost built of logs, very warm. But again, this place is really remote. Tank drove the car, Kai sat in the co-pilot, and Logan lay dead in the back seat. Chapter 552 Deception. After driving on the mountain road for more than 20 minutes, Kai felt more and more that something was wrong. The forest was too quiet. Although Minnesota had entered winter at this time, it did not mean that the forest was lifeless. In any case, such a large forest had killed many birds, deer, wolves and other things, but now, let alone the sound of wild animals, there was no sound of birds. It was about 5 o'clock in the morning, and the birds should have woken up. Tank. Be careful, something is wrong, Kai said to Tank, while leaning over and slapping Logan directly. What's wrong? After all these battles, Logan's inability to fight had penetrated into his bones. Even if he was drunk, he would bounce up immediately after being slapped. He took a fighting stance. Looking at him like this, you can imagine how he usually lives. A little disturbance can probably wake him up. Something is going on, Kai said. Logan relied on his inability to fight, and he felt something was wrong almost instantly. It's Victor. Victor and Logan have been together for more than a century, and they know each other too well. He could smell Victor's scent from the air. This is very metaphysical. Although Logan's code name is Wolverine, he actually has nothing to do with wolves. Although Wolverine also raises a group of wolves in the comics, this setting is not on this book. As for smelling Victor's scent, it is just a modification. But he did feel that Victor was nearby. Tank, got it. Tank stepped on the accelerator, and his pickup truck instantly reached full speed, rushing on the rugged mountain road. But, the road conditions were really life-threatening. When Caden was about to vomit, they finally arrived in front of Logan's house. Logan opened the car door almost as if he was kicking it open, and then rushed towards his house. Soon there was a roar from the house. Victor, then the floor-to-ceiling glass wall in front of the house was directly shattered from the inside, and two figures rushed out of the glass wall. Logan clenched his hands, and 3 bone spurs on each hand pierced into Victor's chest. And Victor's claws also pierced into Logan's ribs, and the two were entangled. Tank saw this situation, threw off his clothes, and then his body immediately began to swell. After a while, a giant rushed towards the battle group. Bang! Tank punched Victor's side with a heavy punch, and the huge force made Victor fly directly and hit a pine tree. Crack! The pine tree was broken by Victor. Logan stood up at this time, holding his bone claws like a beast, and rushed towards Victor. Victor also pushed away the branches pressing on him at this time. He took his time to adjust his black woolen coat, and then looked at the exposed Logan excitedly. Ha, James, Logan's real name is James Howlett, that's it, you are a beast. You shouldn't be with those weak guys, brother, we are different from them. Not at all. Look at this, Victor stretched out his claws. Look at this. Do you think you can deceive yourself forever? You should be with me. We are on the same side, I'm going to kill you. Victor, stop kidding, James. Is it worth it for that woman? Unfortunately, Logan still looked like he was going to kill him. Well, you don't understand at all. Tank walked to Logan's side at this time, and the two of them sandwiched Victor in the middle. Enough. At this time, Kai's voice came over. Logan didn't want to listen to Kai, but Tank grabbed him. Tank was more willing to listen to Kai than Logan. He killed Kaya, Logan howled angrily. Victor also stopped and looked at Kai. He didn't know Kai, but he felt very, very familiar with him. Really? Kai suddenly turned his head and said to the house, it seems that your acting skills are very good, Kaya, can you tell me, how did you do it? You can actually deceive such an experienced veteran like Logan. You know, this kid has been fighting for nearly a century. Logan was stunned for a moment. He looked at his and Kaya's house blankly. Behind Kai, a woman came out from the shadow of the house. It was Kaya. She's not dead. Logan was about to rush up to hug Kaya, but he saw Kai suddenly pull out a silver desert eagle from his ribs and put it on Kaya's forehead. Kai, Logan shouted at Kai. Kai curled his lips. Can love really make people stupid? Logan, wake up. Can't you see that this woman is just lying to you? Kaya, who was pointed at by a gun, looked at Logan with tears in her eyes, and her lips moved, as if she wanted to say something. Before, she was confused because of her concern, but now Logan didn't understand. Logan turned his head and looked at Victor. Victor ignored him, but stared at Kai closely. He found that he had recalled for a long time, but he couldn't remember who this person was. I'm sorry. Logan, I'm sorry. Logan seemed to have turned gray. He didn't understand, or he couldn't believe it. What the hell was going on? Kaya and Logan met when Kai was the sheriff in GA town. Logan wandered here. In the bar, a few drunk idiots wanted to make a move on Kaya, so Logan saw injustice and was arrested. Then he met Kai. After that, Logan settled in the town. Then Kaya and Logan met by chance, got to know each other and fell in love. Logan lived a peaceful life with Kaya. But Logan would dream of various killings he participated in the past from time to time. In order to appease his emotions, Kaya told him the legend of Wolverine, and Logan liked this story very much. Kaya told Logan a story about a moon goddess. Why is the moon lonely? Because she had a lover, but she could never touch him. Legend has it that there is a moon goddess in the fairy world. She once had a boyfriend named Kriklas. Every night they walked in the sky together and looked at the sky. But the good times didn't last long. Another elf was jealous of them and wanted to take the moon goddess away from Kriklas for himself. One day, he told Kriklas that the moon goddess wanted flowers. He taught Kriklas to go down to earth to pick wild roses, and said that roses represent love, implying loyal love, lasting until death. Kriklas believed the elf's words and tried to hide the fact that he went down to earth to find wild roses secretly from the gods. However, Kriklas didn't know that once he left the fairyland, he would never be able to go back. So every night, when you look up at the stars, you can only see the moon crying alone, calling his name. But the door to the fairyland has long been closed to him, and from then on they were separated forever and could never hug each other again. His name is Kriklas, which means Wolverine. Originally, he always thought that he and Kaya were destined to meet. But now it seems that this is not the case. Who are you? Victor couldn't help asking Kai. Kai also had time to turn his head and look at Victor. Long time no see, Victor. As he spoke, golden flames shot up from Kai's body, and a tremendous amount of heat burst out from him. But the strange thing was that this surging heat gave people an extremely cold feeling. It was as if he was being stared at by the god of death. Victor finally knew who the person in front of him was. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 553 Hardships. Victor just called out Kai's name, and Kai's body shook and suddenly disappeared from his sight. Long time no see, Victor. Victor froze, because the voice came from behind him. Yet, I thought you were dead. No, I'm not that easy to die, Kai said with a smile. To be honest, Kai actually likes Victor very much, because this person has a simple mind and no twists and turns. Whatever he thinks of is what he does. Compared with Logan, he lives a more pure life. There is always a sense of melancholy in Logan. Logan is a very good person, but, in terms of attitude towards life, Kai likes Victor more. Although this guy's an out-and-out bastard, bastards are always the most comfortable group of people. Kai stood behind Victor, and even if Victor had 10 courages, he didn't dare to explode. On the other side, Logan opened his mouth and wanted to say something to Kaya, but he opened his mouth for a long time and couldn't say a word. Tank stood beside Logan, looked at Logan, then looked at Kaya, sighed, and retreated to the side. Because they were both mutants, Tank and Logan had a very good relationship, and they were also familiar with Kaya. The fat Russell also liked Kaya very much. Although Russell liked Kaya in a more adult way, it still made the relationship between the two families very close. To be honest, Tank was very optimistic about Kaya and Logan, but he didn't expect, things are so unpredictable. Kaya and Logan looked at each other silently, speechless. See, this is Logan's choice, an extremely stupid choice, Victor sneered at the side. What about you, Victor? Becoming an executioner is the choice you want, Kai asked softly. But that is the most suitable path for us, isn't it? We are monsters, and monsters should live a monster life. Victor accepted this setting a long time ago. Killing, and killing continuously is the meaning of our existence. Only in this way can we survive in this damn world. Logan is a gentle guy, but this world does not allow people like us to live gently. Kai looked at Victor in surprise. I didn't expect that a reckless man like you could say such a thing. Hey, don't look down on me like that, okay? I've lived for almost 200 years. No matter how ignorant I am, I'm not that stupid. Victor tried to make himself as relaxed as possible. He had seen Kai's strength with his own eyes that year, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he could destroy the world. Although his self-healing ability was strong, he didn't have the confidence to survive Kai's attack. After all, if he was reduced to ashes, his regeneration ability would be useless. Kai smiled and said to Victor, "You really impressed me, Victor." Of course, Victor smiled and replied, "No, that's not what I meant. I mean, you are still really gentle. Victor, you are a good brother." What did you say? What gentleness and what good brother? Victor suddenly panicked. Okay. If it was a beautiful girl who said that, I would be very happy, but for a stinky man like you, forget it. Kai patted Victor. Then he said, "You have been paying attention to Logan, right, Humph? You think too much? I just want him to understand the cruelty of the world. Actually, you are just jealous, right? Bullshit. Are you angry that he left you?" No, Victor was a little angry. Haha, okay. I won't say anything. Kai can understand the embarrassment of a tough guy like Victor who has his soft heart poked by others. In fact, a large number of straight men are like this, and can't stand such soft scenes. They feel that they are not tough enough. Why? Kaya, Logan is not stupid. If he said that he was blinded by emotions before, he immediately found something wrong after Kai's reminder. Logan is a very closed person. His early years of escape made him lonely. He has few friends and it is difficult for others to get into his heart. But when he was with Kaya, their relationship progressed rapidly. In just over a year, he lived with Kaya. Not only that, he even felt that Kaya was the person who knew her best in this world, and she could feel her pain and loneliness. He can also soothe his dry and broken heart. In the past, he only thought that Kaya was his true destiny, but now it sounds ridiculous. Until now, Logan still doesn't know who Kaya is. Yes, as a man who lived 200 years old, Logan was fooled by a woman. I don't want to be like this, Logan, I don't want to lie to you. But I have to do this. Kaya is a mutant, but not very powerful. Her ability is to control other people's thoughts and then control other people's actions by touching them. However, this kind of control is not direct control, but a subtle influence, and it requires long-term contact, which is very useless. Why? Logan felt a little better, at least. This woman seemed forced. Kai kicked Victor on the other side. Hey, do you know what's going on? Victor pulled the corner of his mouth. If he hadn't been able to beat him, he would have turned around and beat Kai. How would I know? Before I came here, Stryker told me that this woman was an undercover. What exactly are you planning to do? Don't lie, I know very well that you can't really hurt Logan. Since Logan and Victor are both immortal, it doesn't count as harm if they make a few holes in each other. Anyway, they can recover in less than a second. The harm Kai is talking about is the kind of harm that can really leave a serious injury to the other party's body and mind. I just want Logan to participate in Plan X. Is that plan so important to you? So important that you don't hesitate to disrupt Logan's peaceful life? Tisk, a peaceful life? Do you think Logan can really escape from all that? Stryker never intended to let Logan go from the beginning. Victor faced Kai and decided to tell the truth, but if Logan can really complete Plan X, he will be invincible. At that time, he can really survive in this cruel world. On the other side, Kaya finally spoke out her difficulties. Kaya's ability is not strong and is easy to hide. If she doesn't expose herself, ordinary people will not be able to find out that she is a mutant. Didn't you see that Logan has been sleeping with Kaya for more than a year and didn't suspect her at all? But one day, Stryker found her and told her that her sister was in his hands. Emma Frost, Kaya's sister. Unlike Kaya, Emma is an extremely talented mutant. She has a rare double talent: telepathy and diamondization. Chapter 554. Everyone has their own ambition. Emma can read other people's thoughts and memories, and can also forcibly modify the other party's memory, control their thoughts, perform mental shielding, connect multiple people's minds, and use telepathy to put the victim in an unconscious sleeping state. At the same time, she can also use a brainwave amplifier. In addition to telepathy, Emma's other ability is to turn her whole body into diamond. Emma's body in diamond form can be almost invulnerable, can withstand huge force, and will not feel tired, does not need water and food, and is immune to mental attacks from other telepaths. In short, her sister is a genius. Of course, she is a mutant genius. In today's society, this title is not a good thing, which means that Emma is a thorn in the eyes of many people. Emma and Kaya were born in a wealthy family. They also have a brother and a sister. Unfortunately, wealth does not mean happiness. Their father is a complete bastard with an extraordinary desire for control, and their mother is timid and follows their father's lead from beginning to end. The children who grew up in such a high-pressure family have more or less their own problems. Emma is rebellious, Kaya is introverted, their brother is gay, and their youngest sister inherited their father's control. After learning that his two daughters are mutants, their father strongly asked them to stay at home and not go out to embarrass him. This made the already not very harmonious family atmosphere worse. In the end, the family became fragmented after their brother came out. Their father was very angry that his son was a homosexual and sent him to a mental hospital. In the 1980s, many conservative areas still discriminated against homosexuals. Their brother didn't know what kind of torture he suffered in the mental hospital. He only knew that after 3 months of hospitalization, he chose to give in and promised their father to go back and be a good boy. But on the first day of discharge from the hospital, he cut his throat in front of the whole family during a family dinner. It was also because of this blow that Emma and Kaya decided to run away from home. But Emma and Kaya are two different people. Emma has her own ideas, and her ideas are very grand. She wants to change the status quo of mutants and she wants to be a liberator. But Kaya is more pragmatic, she just wants to live her own life. So they parted ways. But Stryker took out Emma's necklace and told her that Emma was in his hands. So Kaya could only work for Stryker. What exactly is Stryker's Plan X? Kai asked Victor curiously. Victor is a well-informed person after all. If he can scare him, this plan must be not simple. Plan X. Actually, I only know a rough idea, but it should be related to adamantium. Victor did not lie. Stryker is not a fool. How could he tell almost all of his secrets to Victor, who is difficult to control? Compared with Logan, Victor cares very little. Victor has no sense of good and evil. He is reckless and fierce. He does things without regard for anything. This kind of person is just reckless. Once he gets angry, no one can control him, and he himself has nothing to threaten others. This kind of person is obviously not a good candidate for Plan X adamantium. Kai knew about adamantium, but as far as Kai knew, adamantium existed in all the gods 10,000 years ago, but each god's adamantium was different. To put it simply, they all had the same name. But the things were completely different. I don't know, how can I understand this? Then Victor told him what he knew. The reason why Logan left the mutant team was related to this. At that time, their team, led by Stryker, raided the lair of an African warlord. From the warlord's mouth, they learned that the rare metal adamantium was in a tribe in Africa. And that thing was a meteorite that fell from outer space to the Earth. The 8-man team led by Stryker massacred the tribe and robbed the adamantium. It was also in that massacre that Logan parted ways with him. After bringing back the adamantium, Stryker spent a lot of money to extract a metal that had never been discovered in the world before from the marble, adamantium. According to those scientists, this metal has many similarities with Captain America's vibranium shield in terms of physical properties. But adamantium is harder. It can be said that it was with this material that Stryker's Plan X was officially launched. And Victor and Logan are the best candidates for this plan. Of course, what Victor didn't know was that this plan excluded him from the beginning. So, Stryker's plan is to inject liquid metal into your bones, replace your bones with adamantium, and make you indestructible. Kai was stunned when he heard it. Right. It's a good plan, right? Victor obviously thought this plan was great. Their self-healing factor is very strong. In theory, as long as their bodies are not completely destroyed, they can heal themselves over time. Even if the body is removed and only the head is left, they can breathe through the skin and then slowly regenerate. It's a very buggy ability, right? But they are still not immortal. For example, if their bodies are completely crushed, they will still die. But if they replace their body bones with indestructible adamantium, then nothing in the world can crush their bodies. In this way, they will have no flaws at all. At least that's what Victor thought. Fuck, the person who came up with this plan is definitely a lunatic, although Kai didn't know the melting point of adamantium. Since Victor introduced the characteristics of adamantium, Kai knew that the melting point of this thing would definitely not be too low. If you are not careful, the liquid adamantium can completely roast a person inside and out. Even if Victor and Logan are roasted to perfection, they will die. Just when Kai was talking nonsense here, Logan came over with Kaya. Logan looked at Victor. Victor smiled at Logan and said, "James, have you made up your mind? Come back and work with me." "No, Victor, I don't want to go back to that kind of life. I'm tired of it." Victor's smile gradually faded. Just when he was about to say something, Kai patted his shoulder. "Forget it, Victor. Logan is not a child anymore. You can't watch over him forever," Kai said earnestly. "He just wants to live his own life. There's nothing wrong with that." Victor shook his head. "You can't hide here forever. They will find you eventually." Chapter 555 Canadian Base. "You know," Kai suddenly spoke. Logan and Victor both looked over. The most direct way to solve the problem is to solve the person who caused the trouble. Logan was stunned, and Victor showed a tangled expression. "But, what about Plan X? Do you want that so much?" Kai asked curiously. "Not really, I just think it's interesting." Victor was a little insincere. In fact, as a killing madman, he really lacks resistance to this kind of thing, not to mention that Victor is actually more insecure than Logan. The reason why he can't let go of Logan, in addition to being an older brother, he can never let go of this younger brother, is that he needs a companion. This was the case when he was a child. In fact, he knew that Logan was his younger brother a long time ago, so when he was very young, he liked to stay by Logan's side, because he firmly believed that his younger brother was the same monster as himself. Although it's a bit dark to think so, he was rejected and hated by his parents and people around him since he was a child, which made him long for company and recognition. It's also because of this that Victor hopes to rouse Logan's wildness. Because only in this way can Victor feel the feeling of companionship again. Even if Logan hates him for it, it doesn't matter. It's a bit of a bastard's logic. But Victor is such a bastard. Victor hopes to get Plan X for this reason. He lacks a sense of security. If he can make himself stronger, he may not be afraid. He is obviously a reckless man who doesn't care about his life, but he is like a little girl, afraid to face the cruelty of reality and needs someone to accompany him to go to the toilet. It's both ridiculous and sad. If you want, it's not impossible. As long as you can help us find Stryker's lair, then everything is up to us, Kai thought for a while and said. Victor glanced at Kai with a flickering look in his eyes, and then looked at Logan. Victor. I'm sorry. I'm really tired. Logan looked at Victor very seriously. Logan and Victor are both the same, both tough guys who don't show their emotions very well. It's impossible for tough guys to be tender in front of these two people who can't die anyway. But this time, Logan's eyes were shining and his face was full of fatigue. Victor is indeed a jerk, but to Logan, he has always cherished this brother very much. I got it, Victor said in a low voice. Very good. Meet up with us as soon as possible. I don't want to show any flaws at the critical moment. Stryker showed a smug smile and hung up the phone. This is Stryker's secret base, but the interesting thing is that this base is not on the United States, but next to the United States, Canada. In a sense, it is not a problem to say that Canada is a colony of the United States. Canada exports oil and natural gas, exports automobiles, spare parts and iron ore, exports various machinery and chemical products, exports agricultural products and timber. The total annual export value is about $450 billion, of which nearly 75% goes to the United States, and only 4.5% is sold to China. Canada also buys various machinery and equipment, industrial materials and food from abroad every year, and the total import value is also about $45 million, of which 65% comes from the United States. The above surprising data reflects the deep dependence of the Canadian economy on the United States and its firm control by the United States. In theory, Canada is a sovereign and independent country, and it has the final say on its domestic and foreign affairs, but there is an unspoken premise that everything cannot conflict with the interests of the United States. If Americans appear in one of its diplomatic work, then it will not be able to be independent and autonomous, and can only act according to the eyes of others. Although it is publicized that Canada is an independent and autonomous country, in fact, this country is controlled by the United States in both foreign affairs and domestic affairs. There was such news because one year, the U.S. Secretary of Defense visited Canada. His main purpose was to hope that Canada could increase the military expenditure of the Canadian Navy. The United States believes that the maritime security issues in North America are not the responsibility of their country alone, and they hope that Canada will also bear its own responsibilities. But after the Minister of Defense came to Canada, the first thing was the public protest. They think that it is better to use the money for welfare and other projects than to allocate funds to the Navy. At the same time, the Canadian government also confronted them, saying that they would never increase military spending. Those politicians act like national heroes. The key is that the people below applaud. It's magical, right? This is Canada. Because it is a hardcore little brother, the US military also likes to put some shady things here. After all, I am the younger brother, so it is only right for me to help my elder brother conceal it. In addition, the land is vast and the population is sparse. How sparse is it? According to statistics, Ontario, the most densely populated and developed province in Canada, has an average of 15 people per square kilometer. The population of the entire province is almost the same as that of Xinjiang, and this is because there is a large city with a population of 1 million in the north and south of Ontario. In fact, Canada's population is mainly concentrated on the side close to the mainland of the United States. The further north you go, the fewer people there are. It is really a rare good place. Stryker's secret base was also settled in Canada. His current location is Alkali Lake Dam in British Columbia. On the surface, this is a dam, but in fact, the interior of the dam has long been transformed into a military base. How is it? Stryker, who was tired but had an excited look in his eyes, half of his body was hidden in the darkness, quietly looking at the people busy in the interrogation room through the one-way glass, and asked in a hoarse voice. A middle-aged man in a white coat stood beside Stryker with a lab record in his hand. The target of the experiment is still very resistant. We are trying to destroy his personality. It will take some time. No problem, I can give you some time. With the Wolverine capture plan going smoothly, the test subject in front of him was no longer necessary, so Stryker was quite happy to give the experimenter some time. However, there is no time for the adamantium metal transformation experiment. Soon, our number one test subject will arrive here. I don't want any problems to occur by then. After all, mutants who can withstand the transformation of Weapon X are very precious, of course. Unless that Wolverine fails to reach the level you said, there will be no problem with the experiment, the experimenter said very confidently. That's good. At the same time, in the interrogation room, an old friend of Logan was being tortured inhumanely. Chapter 556 Base. In the dim underground building, after being whipped and tortured day after day, Wade's originally strong physique became worse and worse, but he still did not beg for mercy, but he knew that his hope of escaping was getting slimmer day by day. Originally, he had planned to chop Stryker, the old coffin, alive if he could go back alive. But now it seems that he may not be able to wait for that day. Is Wade a mutant? In fact, he himself does not know about this matter. His reaction nerves are far beyond the limit of ordinary people. Anyway, he has been different from ordinary people since he was a child, but he has not reached the level of monsters like Logan and Victor. In short, because his reaction nerves are different from ordinary people, he has ADHD and he can't rest at any time. This makes him often disliked by others, but he doesn't think it's his problem. After all, this is a disease, right? How can they treat a patient like this? Wade always thinks that others have misunderstood him. He actually wants to be a quiet, handsome man. Unfortunately, his talent does not allow it. Of course, other people don't think so. This guy is just a bad mouth and has a strong reaction nerve, but he can't be a psychopath, right? In short, Wade is very depressed now. If I had known earlier, I would not have coveted the bounty offered by Stryker. Well, Wade is a mercenary, always has been. When he was in the mutant team, he was the only one in the team who didn't come from the army. He was just greedy for money. As a result, he fell into the trap this time. Stryker tricked him here and then tortured him constantly. In fact, Wade felt very wronged. He didn't understand what Stryker's purpose was. What do you want to do? Just pay the money. Even if you want some secrets, it's no problem. Anyway, the whole world knows that Mr. Wade, is the person who can't keep secrets the most. Wade's mouth slipped and he said everything. If you want to get secrets from him, it's very simple, that is to block his mouth and then lock him in a small dark room. In less than a day, this guy will say everything. But these people just don't ask anything and say nothing. As a famous mercenary, Wade's ability to withstand blows is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Although he seems to be a bit of a mouthful, his will is actually stronger than steel. He was dragged out and beaten from time to time, and his sense of time became more and more numb. The experimenters here have been keeping time. Their time is precious, but for the prisoners, time is meaningless. In Wade's opinion, these people are inhumane, and each of them is like a man-eating wolf. Mr. Wade hates wolves, and he hates all wolves. If you want to beat him, why don't you talk? In Wade's opinion, no one talking to him is more painful than beating him. Hey, man, Christmas is coming soon, right? Has your mother prepared a gift for you? Even though the chance of survival is slim, Mr. Wade is still trying his best to find out the news. He always talks in between being beaten. Several thugs looked at Wade as if he was a lunatic. They had never seen such a person. Although they tortured Wade, this intensity of torture was a bit numbing for them, the abusers. After all, for 3 consecutive months, they beat this guy half to death every day, and then revived him and continue tomorrow. Be looking at his image, you can tell that this guy can't possibly like to watch those art films. So he is very familiar with Hannibal, the ghost butcher of Chicago. After all, Professor Hannibal is one of his favorite screen images. If he hadn't been too stubborn in terms of temperament, he would also like to learn Hannibal's elegant perverted killer style. Well, it was Hannibal who adjusted his expensive suit and said in a British elegance, "Be careful when you go out." Victor shook his head. He had done everything in his life in a blatant way. He couldn't understand why Kai did this. After all, in his opinion, strength is everything. If it weren't for the humans' bullshit, how could he hide from place to place? Believe me, it only takes a little insignificant change to make a drastic change in your life. Kai felt that if Victor was allowed to go out and mess around, one day, this guy would be destroyed because of being too crazy. It's better to let him go on the right path. If he was like Tank and Logan, yearning for a peaceful life, things would be easier to deal with. Unfortunately, this guy is just a problem child. But there is no way. Like fighting, like killing? There may not be much else in this world, but there are enough scumbags. Those things, if they die, they can still benefit the society. Victor understood what Kai meant, but how could he say it? He was a little hesitant. Because he didn't know what kind of life he should live. In fact, he was a person who rarely thought about the future, and he only focused on the present. Soon they came to the gate of the base. With Victor's face recognition, the door was easy to enter. The coldness inside the base made people very uncomfortable. When the heavy iron door fell, they seemed to have walked into a huge tomb, and an inexplicable psychological pressure followed. I really don't understand why this group of people chose this broken place. The passage meandered downwards, and the lights on the roadside flickered a little. On the other side, the news of Victor's return was finally reported to Stryker. Stryker didn't care much when he heard the news. After all, it was he who asked Victor to come back. But the next second he felt that something was wrong. They just talked on the phone, and at that time, Victor was still in Minnesota, USA. This is British Columbia, Canada. Although it looks very close to Minnesota on the map, it can't be this fast. Just when Stryker was about to say something, the alarm at the base sounded. Chapter 557 Incident. What's going on? Stryker asked his adjutant. But his adjutant had been by Stryker's side from the beginning, so how could he know what was going on? But someone immediately told Stryker what had happened in his base. It's Victor. Victor attacked the base with Logan and 2 mutants. Stryker was stunned. What was going on? Why was Victor going crazy? Unfortunately, reality did not give him much time to ask questions. Various explosions and screams began to sound throughout the base, and various voices requesting support came from the communicators on Stryker and his men. This made Stryker not know what to do for a while. After all, he still didn't know what had happened in the base. Oh no, sir, the mutants we detained have been released. How is that possible? Stryker was completely panicked. Those secretly detained mutants were in the deepest part of the base, which was the area with the highest defense level. Even if Victor rebelled, it would be impossible to break through there so quickly. After all, Victor didn't even know that there were such a group of mutants detained there. On the other side, Hannibal used a black short sword to cut a soldier in half, including his gun, and then stabbed the black sword into a soldier's chest. Tank's fighting style was much simpler and more brutal. He finally put on his battle suit again. Although the thing was as simple as a bikini, the only armor was his extremely thick helmet. Tank was like a mad bull, rushing madly along a straight line, not caring about anything. But no one could stop him. No matter what stood in front of him, it was useless. The soldier who fired the gun? Smashed. The square formed by the explosion-proof shield? Smashed. Even the reinforced concrete wall. It was all smashed. Only ruins and various strange corpses were left along the way. In comparison, although Logan and Victor's fighting style was also bloody and brutal, it was too childish compared to Tank. After Victor tore a soldier to pieces, he said to Logan in astonishment, "Is your friend always so fierce?" This was actually the first time Logan had seen Tank take action. In the past, Tank had a good temper, was honest and didn't talk much, but was diligent and conscientious, and was the kind of honest man that everyone liked. He wouldn't even get angry when someone played a prank on him. While wondering if he had made Tank angry, Logan pretended to be pretentious and said, "Of course. All my friends are like this. Do you know why I don't want to hang out with those guys? They're all weaklings." The simple Victor actually believed it. No wonder, Logan almost sprained his ankle at the time. He didn't expect Victor to actually believe it. Hannibal summoned a group of black fog and started to clear the field directly. One by one, Stryker's soldiers were swallowed by the black fog. Apart from screaming and wailing, no one could see clearly what was happening in the black fog. But the screams inside still made the tough guys shudder. In comparison, Logan and Victor felt more deeply. Because they had experienced Kai's war against the demon army. But now, Kai is more like a demon. Speaking of which, what has Kai experienced in these years? Victor asked. Logan didn't know. He told Kai all his experiences, but Kai didn't mention what he had experienced in the decades he disappeared. Logan didn't think so much at the time, and he wasn't the kind of person who liked to get to the bottom of things. But now thinking about it, he felt that he was still too young. Although Logan was almost 200 years old, who was still a baby compared to Kai, a 1,000-year-old monster? In any case, the Hound of Tyndalis was absolutely effective against small soldiers. In an instant, the scene was much cleaner. But Hannibal felt something was wrong. "Victor, Didn't you say that there was at least a 300-man elite special forces and no less than 200 security forces stationed here? Where are the people? Although the resistance just now was fierce, no one would believe that there were 500 people. At most, 100 people at most. I don't know. I clearly remember that there were a lot of people here. Victor was not patriotic. He joined the army because of life's pressure. Strictly speaking, he should be British. After all, when he was born, Canada was still a direct British territory. Even if it is divided according to modern international relations, he is a Canadian and has nothing to do with the United States. So he had no discomfort in betraying Stryker. Just when Kai and Victor were talking about why the defense force was so small, the elite special forces who were resisting desperately in the mutant detention area suddenly saw their immediate superior, Colonel Stryker, coming to them with a frosty face. You immediately dispatch people to the front to resist the invaders. The commander of the special forces looked at Stryker in surprise. This was completely different from the order just now. Just a few minutes ago, Stryker was still giving him direct orders to let him defend the mutant detention area and even authorize the use of lethal force against those mutant prisoners. But now, Stryker asked them to withdraw people to resist the invaders? What's going on? But looking at Stryker's gloomy face, the commander chose to give in. There was no way. In front of the big guys above, Stryker was naturally a harmless little white rabbit, but in the eyes of the people below, he was a different image. After all, those big guys couldn't see the inhumane experiments that Stryker had done. In short, the soldiers here feared Stryker more than they respected him. After all, some of the things he did often exceeded the bottom line of being a human being. But here, leave this to the follow-up troops. A bunch of mutants who have been locked up for so many days, they even have difficulty standing up. How much combat power can they have? The commander wanted to tell Stryker that these mutants didn't have difficulty standing up. Although these monsters were in very poor condition, their abilities were weirder than each other, and they had difficulty fighting against them. But thinking of the many things that Stryker invented specifically for mutants, the commander didn't think much about it. Anyway, he was just a soldier, just following orders. There was no need to argue with the boss. Yes, so the commander quickly led a group of Special Forces soldiers away, leaving only a small number of soldiers to resist. As the large force left, the remaining soldiers immediately felt more and more exhausted. Seeing that Stryker was still standing there, a squad leader couldn't help but shout to Stryker, "Sir, where are our reinforcements?" Reinforcements? Stryker showed a strange smile. "Aren't they coming?" As Stryker spoke, a red-skinned man with a pair of demon horns on his head and a tail behind him appeared behind Stryker with a bang. As soon as the man appeared, he rushed towards the soldiers like a gust of wind. He held 2 daggers in his palms, and there was another dagger wrapped around his tail. 3-sword style. Those soldiers had no time to react and were killed by the suddenly appearing demon man. When everyone was killed, Stryker's body suddenly squirmed and turned into a woman with blue skin. Chapter 558 Black Queen White Queen. Raven, it's solved. The devil-like man who quickly solved all the soldiers walked to the side of the blue-skinned woman and said softly. His name is Red Devil. Red Devil is Azo, a top mutant with a great reputation in the mutant world. He is also a member of the Hellfire Club and the holder of the club's Black Rook title. The club is composed of a core group of a few very influential people. The members of the core group are named after chess pieces, Black or White King, Queen, Bishop, and Rook. However, within the club, Black is respected, which means that the most powerful person in the end can become the Black King. In addition, outstanding members also have some members without titles as assistants. The core group of the club has always been in the hands of mutants. The core group controls the Hellfire Club and quietly influences the activities of the club to seize more power and wealth. Azazo is the holder of the Black Rook. His status is equivalent to the 4th person in the Hellfire Club. And the blue-skinned woman is an old friend of Kai. During World War I, Kai led Diana's team to Belgium to destroy a secret base of the German army, and there, they met an awakened mutant girl. She was Raven. "Call me Mystique," Raven said indifferently. Now Raven rarely uses her real name. Her relatives and friends are dead. As if to bury those sad pasts, Raven does not allow others to call her name. She uses her code name more often, Mystique. After so many years, she is no longer that country girl. She is now a warrior to change the status quo of mutants. Raven used to have a comfortable life in the UK because of Kai. She was protected. But after Kai disappeared, her situation became difficult. The British are not kind people. They covet the power of mystique. In order to let her family live a better life and not be threatened by the British government, Raven also agreed to help the British. During World War II, Raven was their spy. But from then on, she felt the discrimination against her by humans. They regarded her as a monster. Although the whole world was in chaos at that time, it was interesting that almost all countries at that time attacked mutants. Among them, Nazi Germany was the most excessive. At that time, they slaughtered not only Jews, but also mutants. The reason was simple: to maintain the purity of the blood of German Aryans. Of course, the Allies were not much better. Although mutants were not slaughtered, they were also thrown into the battlefield and became cannon fodder. This made Raven angry about the situation of mutants. But she had no way to do it. Until she met that man, Sebastian Shaw. During World War II, he was a Nazi scientist, alias Klaus Schmidt. He was also a mutant. This man was really brave. He actually ran under the noses of the Nazis and became the commander of a concentration camp. At that time, Sebastian Shaw was the mutant version of Schindler. Relying on his power, he sheltered many mutants who were thrown into concentration camps. Not only that, he also concocted a theory of mutant superiority based on the archaeological discoveries of the time. After all, this was indeed very popular in the West at that time. Don't think that only the Nazis did this. In fact, Western countries are more or less doing this to enhance national cohesion. And Sebastian Shaw did the same. He took out Homo sapiens and Neanderthals as examples. Believing that mutants are about to replace modern Homo sapiens and become the new generation of rulers of the earth. Although the theory that Homo sapiens defeated Neanderthals to rule the earth is very pseudoscientific. After all, real scientists would not say that. It was nature that defeated Neanderthals. In fact, according to archaeological excavations, Neanderthals were smarter than Homo sapiens, but they could not adapt to the changes in the natural environment at that time. To put it bluntly, it was natural selection, and there was no necessary connection with Homo sapiens. There would be no such thing as Homo sapiens launching a war against Neanderthals. At that time, Homo sapiens did not even have writing. Why start a war? War is a highly organized activity. Without a certain civilization, it is impossible to start a war. But who the mutants care about that at that time? The mutants at that time were in extreme inferiority and panic. Most of them believed that it was their own fault to be excluded. They were cursed and abandoned by God. They longed to be recognized and to have a channel to fill the void in their hearts. It's a bit like the Koreans. They don't have their own history at all. They have always been a small country and have been compromising. In fact, until now, they still can't escape the treatment of a concubine country, but they have just changed their father. So in the case of a serious lack of self-esteem, they hope to make up for it from other places. So there are all kinds of divine remarks, such as 7,000 years of history, and everything is from the great cold Netherland. The same is true for mutants. They are so eager to get a reasonable reason for existence. Replace modern Homo sapiens and become the rulers of the new era. Isn't this gimmick big enough? So most mutants fell. Among them is Raven. In a sense, the Hellfire Club is not a truly crazy organization. They were more of a human rights organization at the beginning, but as the mutant environment became worse and worse, their ideas became more and more extreme. Okay, let's release the rest of the people. We are going to withdraw. Raven came to the monitoring room, which is connected to the system in the main control room. They can see the monitoring of the entire base from here. Of course, this requires authorization. But the problem is that there is Mystique. Is it difficult to authorize? She can even become the president in a minute. Now Raven is no longer the little girl she used to be. Mystique can change her own cells and tissue structure, allowing her to change into anyone's appearance, including irises, fingerprints, skin texture, voice and even gender. The clothes on her body can also imitate the texture of any clothing, even glasses. Therefore, she rarely wears clothes. Victor and Logan, don't we need to recruit them according to the plan? The Hellfire Club is much more powerful than imagined. In fact, they have noticed the intelligence about Stryker a long time ago. It's just that they have never had a chance to destroy Stryker's base. After all, no matter how temporary the Stryker department is, it is also part of the US government. They may be afraid of being exposed to the general public, but they are definitely not afraid of mutant organizations. After all, mutant organizations are even more shady. The Hellfire Club also doesn't want to provoke the human government and cause them to be targeted. So Hannibal took Victor and others to attack this base, giving them a great opportunity. Throwing the blame on them just happened to hide the Hellfire Club. Of course, the club also wanted to take this opportunity to take these two fierce generals into its pocket. No, Raven shook her head. Raven knew Victor and Logan, and they even had a very good relationship. When she followed Kai, the three mutants got along very happily. Raven has discovered that the current club is two organizations from when Sebastian Shaw founded the club. At that time, Sebastian Shaw at least really cared about the world and did have the idea of fighting for a place for mutants. But what about now? Sebastian Shaw has regarded the club as his own private organization. He really regards himself as a real king. He has changed. The two of them are trouble, plus this Hannibal. If we accept them, it will only bring trouble. It will just make them a target. Raven didn't think that bringing two old friends in would be a good thing for them. Raven could feel that the Hellfire Club would have big problems sooner or later. At this time, a blonde woman in a white leather jacket walked in. This woman looked a bit like Kaya, but was more beautiful and dressed very hot. She was the number 3 figure in Hellfire, Emma the White Queen, Kaya's sister. Black Queen, all the imprisoned mutants have been released, and we should withdraw. Raven's code name is the Black Queen. Chapter 559 Death Woman. Raven finally looked at her old friend on the monitor, then turned around and led a group of strange mutants out of the base. An Asian girl with purple hair and a very non-mainstream dress walked to the wall, gathered a ball of purple energy in her hands, and then threw it out fiercely. The ball of purple energy immediately exploded, forming a large hole that was constantly flowing, and opposite the hole was a space completely different from the base. Her name is Blink. Unlike ordinary mutants, she is a mutant with extremely obvious physical characteristics. Others can tell that she is a mutant at a glance. She has a pair of green eyes with invisible pupils, light red skin, pointed ears, and a tattoo-like mark on her face. She can create a portal by distorting space, and can teleport multiple people to the location she specifies at a time. She can also teleport over long distances, such as between the moon and the earth. Blink can also infuse her energy into a small javelin, and then throw it at the target, teleporting the target away instantly. In addition, Blink is also very good at throwing javelins. Her real name is Clarice Ferguson. She has always been the mutant that the Hellfire Club has longed for. It is precisely because of her ability to transfer space that the Hellfire Club, a secret organization that has been hidden in the dark, has gradually surfaced. In a sense, the Hellfire Club is invincible with her. After all, with her ability, she can take the club members away at any time. Then Emma used her ability to control all the mutants who are still destroying crazily to vent their dissatisfaction, and then let them all jump into the portal. These mutants are not so obedient, so some special abilities must be used. After rescuing all the mutants, the Red Devil used his ability to check the entire facility. After finding that there were no omissions, he planned to leave, but Flash suddenly pointed to a monitor screen and said, "There is another compatriot of ours here. Should we rescue him?" Well, she was referring to Wade, who was tied to the chair. No, but her proposal was rejected by the Red Devil, Mystique and the White Queen. Why? He should be our companion, right? No. This guy is just a troublemaker. The club won't want him, Emma said firmly. Wade's name is very famous in some fields. Although this guy has a very bad reputation, one thing is certain, he is the best mercenary in the world. But correspondingly, this guy is always linked to trouble. Not only that, his neurosis and uncontrollability are also well known. No one can guess what this guy will do in the next second. That's right, don't worry about this guy, he won't get into trouble so easily, Mystique also added quickly. The Red Devil nodded with deeper feelings. He had the honor of working with this guy once. In addition to being a desperate moneymaker, the biggest impression Wade gave him was that this guy was really talkative, so much that he wanted people to kill him. He didn't want to relive the feeling of scratching the wall and scratching his lungs again. Flash looked at the miserable Wade on the screen. In the end, he chose to listen to the advice of his predecessors. Stryker brought people to a secret laboratory, where he had been hiding a secret weapon. Open the secret safe in the laboratory, where there is a freezer, and inside is the phased product of Stryker's ex-weapon, Lady Death. Lady Death's real name is Yuriko Koyama. She is Japanese. Her father is the developer of adamantium. Unfortunately, this unknown scientist chose to cooperate with Stryker. This Japanese scientist naively thought that his discovery would be the most important invention of the 21st century. So he naively wanted to announce his invention to the world to change the whole world. After all, the characteristics of adamantium can bring earth-shaking changes to the almost stagnant materials science, and even affect many important scientific and technological developments, including aerospace technology that has been stagnant for a long time. But it was precisely because of this scientist's naivety that Stryker killed him. Stryker would never allow this invention to be announced to the world, at least not now. But before the scientist died, he still gave Stryker a fatal blow. When he was killed, he destroyed all the information about adamantium. In other words, except for the small amount of adamantium in Stryker's hands, no one in the world can make the same adamantium again. Stryker was of course furious, so in order to vent his anger and conduct the first experiment of Project X, Yuriko Koyama unfortunately became the first subject. By the way, Yuriko Koyama's father was the original initiator of Project X, but Project X was not originally intended to create any humanoid weapons. The original intention of Project X was actually to use adamantium to conduct artificial bone experiments. It was because of the results of this experiment that Stryker's version of Project X came into being. Yuriko Koyama herself is also a mutant, with super strength, speed, agility, endurance and reaction ability, as well as the super self-recovery ability like Wolverine, and she also has extendable and extremely sharp nails. Now after Stryker's transformation, Death Girl has become a half-robot. Her skeleton is inlaid with adamantium, making her bones almost indestructible. She also has extendable adamantium nails that can destroy almost all substances. At the same time, Stryker can connect to an external computer through her neural interface, allowing her to remotely control the system and access data such as her brain's memory. Of course, at this stage, the super control for the Death Woman is not perfect, so she has been in the sealed stage. If possible, Stryker does not want to use this semi-finished product. With a freezing contact, the Death Woman walked out of the freezer like a robot. She has beautiful black hair tied in a ponytail, seemingly weak and beautiful. But in fact, with her strength, she can completely dismantle a tank within a minute. Stryker picked up a controller the size of a USB flash drive and said to the Death Woman, "Kill all the invaders." The Death Woman raised her head. Her face was extremely cold, without any emotion that a human should have. There was only a coldness like a dead object. Kai had almost finished cleaning up the special forces who came to support. For ordinary people, these special forces soldiers might be very strong, but for the 4 people present, it can only be said that they are not worth mentioning. What really caused them some trouble was some of the strange weapons developed by Stryker, which caused them some trouble. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 560, Hard Woman. Especially the pulse gun. Kai seemed to have seen that thing before, but he just couldn't remember it for a while. Although this thing is a gun, it doesn't shoot bullets, but something like a shock wave. Every time this gun is fired, a blue shock wave will be shot out. A tough guy like Tank will be knocked over if hit by the shock wave. Victor and Logan will have to lie on the ground for a while before they can stand up after being hit by a bullet. In addition, there are some strange weapons, which are also very effective. It can be seen that these things are specifically aimed at mutants. Fortunately, Tank, Logan and Victor are not ordinary mutants. Tank is not to mention. He is the MT among MTs. He has high defense and thick blood, so it doesn't matter if he is hit. As for Logan and Victor, what should I say? Victor aside, this guy Logan has a strong tendency to self-destruct. In his opinion, death is never something unacceptable. In fact, in many cases, he will deliberately pursue death. The problem is that he can't kill. Hannibal is just as simple. In fact, he didn't take action many times himself. The 2 happy Tindalus hounds have taken care of most of the battles. For these hellhounds, enemies who don't resist are not that interesting. They like prey that fight back in despair. The more fiercely they resist, the happier they hunt. As for the attacks on Hannibal, that's even more ridiculous. With the hound's ability to become virtual, more than 90% of the attacks are ineffective against Hannibal. So the only ones who died were the soldiers. 300 people, not too few, but not too many. Especially the 4 people present, each of them has been through hundreds of battles and is really good at using their advantages. So even if those soldiers perform their duties well and stop the invaders at all costs, but the gap in strength is too big. In less than 10 minutes, the soldiers who originally defended the base finally collapsed. The soldiers may not be afraid of sacrifice, but facing the enemy who can't be killed no matter what, they collapsed. It's not a good feeling to be beaten without fighting back. There are dead people on their side, but the 4 guys on the opposite side are still alive and kicking. It's too challenging. No matter how strict the soldiers are trained, they have not escaped the category of ordinary humans. So collapse is very normal. Kai and his team just rushed into the depths of the base. Stryker watched Hannibal and his performance in the secret laboratory, and his face was almost as dark as his African brothers. As an organization that can't see the light, funding is easy to say. They specialize in dirty work and make extra money very quickly. But it's difficult to replenish personnel. The military can't let a large number of soldiers leave the army and join Stryker's special forces at will. That's too eye-catching. So those killed soldiers are Stryker's weak point. It's okay to sacrifice a few, but if too many die, it will be a big problem. But now, Victor and Logan's massacre has really put Stryker in trouble. After all, these American soldiers can't really be treated like RAS. These elites who have undergone rigorous training are very scarce resources no matter where they are. Even those top US military leaders can't sacrifice them at will. Of course, the main reason is that the military can never be a monolithic entity. The sacrifice of a small number of soldiers can cover up the past, but the sacrifice of a large number of US soldiers for no reason, really. Of course, Stryker's faction has no enemies. If such a big handle is caught, it will definitely not be just a small follower like Stryker who will be unlucky. So for a long time, Stryker must face up to the fact that he will have to lie dormant for a long time in the future to face the situation of insufficient manpower. If it is for ordinary people, it's nothing to do this. But for Stryker, it's unacceptable. He has too many things to do. Even urgent. But before Stryker can figure out how to deal with this matter, another bad news finally came. Sir, the area where the mutants are held is empty. What did you say? Stryker rushed to the messenger at a speed that was not commensurate with his age, grabbed the messenger's collar, and shouted with a ferocious face. Sir, all the mutants have run away, the messenger repeated again, making Stryker dizzy and almost stumble to the ground. Everything else is acceptable, but those mutants. If you ask what Stryker's biggest gain in these years is, Stryker will tell you without hesitation that it is those mutants. Those mutants are not only rare experimental materials, but also indispensable material reserves for his ultimate weapon plan. As early as the 1980s, the founder of Trask Industries, the largest weapons contractor of the U.S. military at that time, was a visionary scientist, Bolivar Trask, who proposed a plan, the Sentinel Plan. Bolivar Trask discovered the X gene while studying the secrets of human DNA, which allowed him to discover and prove the existence of a new race of mutants. However, he wanted to eliminate wars between humans and achieve human peace by creating mutants as a common enemy for humans. Founded in 1967, SK Industries claims to care about the fate of mankind and has always been at the forefront of human progress. Bolivar is also a very smooth businessman with considerable political skills and ambitions. He has reached cooperation with domestic and international organizations since the Nixon administration. His Sentinel project was once infinitely close to success. At that time, Stryker was Teslack's deputy. Stryker even regarded Teslack as a mentor. Stryker's attitude towards mutants was partly inherited from Teslack. However, Teslack's goal is more ambitious. He lived in the Cold War era. He believed that the Cold War was not as bad as the world imagined. At least because there were two hostile superpowers in the world, humans restrained each other. So Teslack did not hate mutants. On the contrary, he admired these emerging humans. He felt that mutants were the saviors of mankind. In human history, nothing had ever united all mankind. He hoped that mutants could take on this role. He wanted to shape mutants into the common enemy of all mankind, the ultimate enemy that they would fight and confront together. However, after a tragic assassination, Teslack's plan came to nothing. When everyone forgot Teslack's great plan, only one person firmly believed that Teslack was right, and he would use his life to complete this great plan. The Sentinel Project. Compared with the Sentinel Project, Project X is just an appetizer. And all of this is based on research on mutants. In Teslax's vision, the Sentinel can deal with the threats of all mutants. It can change its functions into the most suitable combat mode according to the different mutants it targets. But this requires a huge amount of information and research on the abilities of all mutants. All of Stryker's research on mutants is to prepare for the final Sentinel project. In his imagination, once the Sentinels were deployed, they would kill all the mutants in the world. No matter how deep these mutants hid, they would not be able to escape the Sentinels' pursuit. But now, all his efforts of nearly 20 years have gone to waste. Kill them. Kill them. Kill them. Kill them for me. The anger of his lifelong pursuit being destroyed in an instant ignited every nerve of Stryker. Everyone. Go kill them for me. Kill them. The death girl who had been waiting on the side finally moved. She turned into a black afterimage and disappeared in the secret laboratory. Do you know where the adamantium is? Kai said angrily. Victor scratched his head and said uncertainly, it should be here. I remember that I went this way last time I came here. Logan, holding a cigar in his mouth, said to Tank and Victor unhappily, if you two bastards had left two people alive, we wouldn't be running around like headless flies like we are now. Tank touched his crimson helmet and felt a little embarrassed. I've been working at full strength for too long, and I can't control myself. Victor retorted, you sound like you know how to leave people alive. Stop arguing. Kai stopped the topic in time. After all, if he continued talking, he might also be involved. He really didn't think of leaving people alive before. After all, he thought Victor knew the way. Just like that, they turned a few more corners and finally came to a hall. Ah. That's right, that's it. Just past this hall, go over there, and walk all the way to the end, and we'll be there. Victor finally saw the familiar road and remembered where the secret laboratory was. Victor had turned his head to talk to Kai, but just as he finished speaking, before he could turn his head back, a black shadow suddenly shot out from the passage at the other end of the hall and went straight for Victor's heart. Before Victor could react, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He lowered his head and saw a woman standing 5 steps away from him. In the woman's wound, she was holding a ball of beating flesh and blood. That was Victor's heart. Victor wanted to say something, but he opened his mouth and fell to the ground with a bang before he could say the last word. The blood splashed and covered the ground. At this time, Tank and Logan could see the woman opposite clearly. The woman, dressed in black and looking like an Asian, stood there with a cold look in her eyes. On the 5 fingers of her hands were silver blades as long as 10 centimeters. What's more strange is that the silver blades were not finger sleeves, but directly extended from the top of her fingers. It looked like metal. Kai's keen perception could also smell a trace of blood from it. Obviously, the 10 silver blades appeared after piercing her fingers, but the part where the bottom of the blades joined the fingertips did not bleed, as if the blades had been wrapped in the skin of the fingertips, as if they had grown out. The strangest thing was that there was a silver-white halo in the pupils of the dead woman, which made her look like a cat hunting in the dark. In fact, this woman did look like a cat. She was not tall, and had a petite figure like an ordinary Asian, but she was well proportioned, no worse than an African girl. She hunched her body slightly, like a black cat ready to attack at any time. But the strange thing was that there was no expression on this woman's face. It was like a dead person lying peacefully in a coffin. There was a strange sense of disobedience under her posture ready to go. There was no greeting, no shouting, and even less warning. The woman moved. Very quickly and flexibly, the nails of her 2 hands waved like a whirlwind, and 10-finger knives slashed towards the Tank closest to her. Fortunately, Tank was big but had a quick reaction. He let the woman scratch on his body with the nail clippers. He saw the opportunity and broke through the finger knife. He used a top-down punch to hit her on the top of her head. Duong. A slightly dull metallic sound was heard. The woman staggered 2 steps, but her body was intact. This was a full-strength punch from Tank. Even an iron pillar would be broken or bent by such a punch from Tank, but she was unscathed. She just staggered and shook her head, trying to retreat backwards. Tank turned his wrist in surprise, moved his fist, and exclaimed, "This head is really hard." As he said this, his right fist followed without stopping. Bang bang. The woman had just stood firm when she was hit twice in a row on the same part of her top of her head. This time, her hard head magic finally couldn't hold up. She leaned back dejectedly and fell to the ground with a bang. The others were also stunned. It's not right. Why did the woman fall to the ground with such a noise? Why do I feel like a fat man weighing several hundred pounds? This woman doesn't look that heavy. Tank was also very curious, so he bent down, stretched out his fingers, bent them and flicked the woman's forehead twice. The skin on her forehead sank a little, and then there was another metallic echo of doing doing. This woman, her head is actually made of real iron. Her skull is actually made of metal, and it's some kind of very hard metal. This is really amazing. Before others could sigh, the woman who should have been in a deep coma suddenly opened her eyes, and her legs climbed up Tank's neck like doing yoga, with her claws open to the left and right, greeting Tank's face and neck. The main reason was that Tank's ugly and crazy helmet was so damn thick that the woman's nails couldn't reach the bottom. Tank's face and neck were severely injured, which made a super tough guy like Tank scream. Fortunately, Kai was by his side. Roar! With two low growls, two hounds rushed out from Hannibal's shadow, one biting the woman's head and the other biting the woman's waist, pulling her off the Tank. Then the two hounds tore the woman madly like dogs that found a toy. But something strange happened. The woman bitten by the hounds was not torn into pieces by the hounds, but fought back alive and well, leaving wounds on the hounds from time to time. This seriously stimulated the ferocity of the hounds. Chapter 561, Desperate. Bang! This woman was indeed tough enough. The hound's teeth were almost broken, but the woman's bones were not broken. You know, with the hound's teeth, even a steel bar as thick as a person would be torn apart if bitten, but this short woman persisted under the bites of the hounds. Not only that, this woman also seized every opportunity to fight back. The 10 steel claws on her hands were also extremely sharp. Every time she grabbed, she left scars on the hounds. The most serious one was that this woman inserted a claw into the skull of a hound. If it weren't for the fact that there were no fatal parts on the hounds' bodies, Kai might have lost her hound. In the end, the hounds had no choice but to throw this woman out. The woman was smashed to the ground, her whole body was torn and tattered, and many wounds were deep enough to see the bones. The most serious injury was in her abdomen, which was completely hollowed out by the hounds, and her intestines, spleen and lungs were all taken out. But even so, this woman still stood up staggeringly. Half of her face disappeared, leaving only a silver-white metal skeleton, which looked extremely hideous. What the hell is this monster? Tank shuddered as he looked at the woman who looked like she had run out of the Resident Evil set. This woman hadn't even screamed since just now. She was like a dead person. Not to mention Tank, even Logan couldn't help swallowing his saliva. If this kind of injury were to happen to them, they wouldn't die either, but if they asked themselves, even if they were really injured to this extent, they wouldn't dare to say that they could really bear the pain in their bodies without a sound. This was no joke. The woman looked at them coldly, but the wounds on her body began to wriggle rapidly. Her self-healing ability was actually no worse than Victor and the others. In just 1 minute, this woman recovered as before. At this time, Victor, who had been lying on the side, suddenly stood up with a roar. He had just had his heart dug out by this woman. The heart is not like other places. Without a heart, the blood supply to the whole body will be problematic, so it will be more troublesome to recover. So even though Victor's injury was much lighter than that of the woman, in fact, if you count carefully, Victor was still a little more unlucky. This was also the case, which made Victor particularly angry. After all, he was defeated by a woman, and a little-known woman at that. This was a great shame. So as soon as Victor regained his mobility, he violently pounced on the woman. At this time, Victor's hair grew wildly, and the canine teeth in his mouth grew rapidly. His back began to bend, and he lay on all fours, with the nails on his 10 fingers stretched out, like an angry wolf. Ow! Victor pounced on the woman quickly on all fours, and his speed was no less than that of the woman. The woman was not to be outdone and rushed towards Victor. The two collided in midair. Boom! Both of them were the kind of cockroaches that could not be killed. They ignored the pain in their bodies and seized every opportunity to kill each other. Puff! The woman's claws pierced Victor's abdomen, and on the other side Victor seized the opportunity to pierce her body with his sharp nails. But it was useless. Fighting with mutants like them who have super strong self-healing factors is the most boring, because neither side can completely kill the other. Which will make the battle very ugly. At least that's what Kai thinks. This bloody and barbaric fight, like a beast biting each other, is the ugliest. Although humans are also animals, they are not beasts after all. After seeing that there would be no change if he continued, Kai decided to end the battle. The shadow under Hannibal surged. Swish! Hannibal's figure disappeared from the spot. Victor, who was originally entangled with a woman, found out something wrong at the first time. Perhaps it was because Victor never suppressed his nature, which made him more wild than Logan, and his wild instinct was stronger. When Hannibal disappeared, he could feel the danger, so in an instant, he responded. He resisted the woman's grab and took the opportunity to distance himself. On the contrary, the woman had no feelings about this. She only had Victor in her eyes. But at this moment, the shadow under her feet suddenly came alive. A figure rushed out from her shadow. When the woman found someone attacking her, she reacted quickly and turned around to attack the attacker, but before she turned around, a ball of white light lit up between the hands of the figure. The ball of white light was pushed towards her by the attacker. Splash! A sound of bubbles bursting was heard. The woman suddenly felt as if her body was detonated. Every bone, every inch of muscle, and every strand of blood in her body was in a state of high-speed vibration. She felt that her body was completely out of control at that moment. Boom! The woman flew out like a cannonball. On the other side, Stryker was observing the battle through the iris camera installed in the pupil of the death woman, but at the moment when the death woman was knocked away, the monitor in the laboratory from the death woman's perspective immediately turned into snowflakes and lost its monitoring function. Stryker knew what was going on. This meant that there was something wrong with the control chip originally installed in the death woman's brain. In fact, the control chip was originally a semi-finished product and had not been tested in actual combat. That's why it's called a semi-finished product. Compared with his mentor Teslak, Stryker is a half-baked one who is eager for quick success. The project has not been verified yet, but he dared to rush to start it. Those who don't know would think that this guy is cheating funds. The current situation is that either the death girl has died, or the control chip is finished. No matter which one it is, it means that Stryker's last trump card is finished. Originally, Stryker had another trump card, which was the brainwave enhancer that he asked his scientists to study. This brainwave enhancer was a weapon that Stryker made for his son, the Master of Illusion. This instrument can enhance the brainwaves of the Master of Illusion, enhance his ability to project illusions, and even manipulate illusions of a small city at the same time. Unfortunately, brainwaves are still in the exploration stage in the scientific community at this stage. If you want to complete this instrument, you still have a very long way to go. By the way, I forgot to say that in order to control his son, Stryker performed a frontal lobotomy on his son, completely turning his son into a walking corpse. I have to say that this old guy is really ruthless. In short, Stryker is now doomed. After understanding his situation, Stryker was also very decisive. He planned to escape. There is also a secret escape passage inside the base. Go out of the laboratory and reach the bottom of the damn base. There is a secret escape submarine there. As long as he enters the submarine, he can escape through Lake Alkali. What Stryker has to do now is to take all the experimental materials and run away quickly. Compared with the entire base, those experimental materials are the most precious things. But before he could put away those precious experimental materials, gunshots and screams were heard outside. Stryker's movements gradually slowed down. He knew it was too late. So Stryker simply went all out and went directly to the main console of the laboratory. He wanted to turn on the self-destruction program of the base, so that Victor, the traitor, and those mutant bastards would be buried under the water together. But just when he was about to start the self-destruction program, a huge beast jumped out from the shadow of the room, bit his arm, and picked him up. Stryker had seen this beast before, just now, in the surveillance. That was the strange monster controlled by Hannibal. This was the first time Stryker had seen this kind of monster, but he already understood how terrifying it was. While Stryker was holding back the severe pain, he pulled out his pistol from his waist and shot at the monster with the body of a snake or crocodile. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. When the bullets ran out, there was an abnormal sound coming from the alloy door of the laboratory. Click, click, boom. The alloy door creaked a few times, and then the entire door was dismantled from the outside. A super strong man, with veins popping out of his hands, grabbed both sides of the door with both hands and moved the door open from the outside little by little. Be careful, these are all very advanced experimental equipment. If they break down, I can't afford to pay even if I sell you. Victor's hateful voice came. Although they had been together for a very short time, Victor started to bully Tank now, but Tank had a good temper and didn't care much about it. I know, I'll be careful, Tank said as he carefully put the alloy door on the ground. It really didn't make any sound. It was like lifting a heavy object with ease. Stryker was so angry that his teeth itched. It was agreed that everyone would trick Logan into accepting the experiment, but Victor, you became a traitor as soon as you saw Logan. Victor, Stryker was now left with only the spit of incompetent rage. Yo. Isn't this our Colonel Stryker? Victor made an exaggerated and delicate voice as if he had just seen Stryker. Hannibal walked into the laboratory and found that there was a pool made of reinforced glass in the center of the laboratory. The pool was only the size of a coffin and could only accommodate one person. Next to the pool was a heated metal pool with silver-white metal liquid churning in it. Although the metal liquid was in liquid form and emitted amazing heat, it did not show any red color. It was very strange. And around the pool were some syringe-like things, connected to the pool of liquid metal through some special metal pipes. Is this adamantium? Kai asked curiously. Can't we just ask? Victor showed a cruel smile. Soon, the technical personnel hiding in the base shelter were brought back by Victor, and Stryker was fixed on a chair by Hannibal at this time. Cancer, you are the cancer of the whole society, freaks. Stryker had no awareness that he was already a prisoner. His face was twisted because of anger, and he cursed Hannibal and others crazily. Those who didn't know would think that Hannibal and others were the villains, and the others were positive characters who would rather die than surrender. Compared to you, the worst bastards in the world are saints, Mr. Stryker, Hannibal said contemptuously while trimming his nails with a dagger in his hand. And Logan's reaction was simpler, and he inserted his bone claws directly into Stryker's thigh. Ah! Stryker screamed crazily. Now, his body was covered with the wounds, but he just couldn't die, and he couldn't even faint. And it was his scientific researchers who put him in this state. They have tortured and dissected too many mutants in this base, so they are more professional than Kai, a professional who has received formal interrogation training. Just now, when Kai and his team went to find those technical personnel, they visited the experimental area of the base. After returning, Kai sentenced everyone in this base to death. The base can be called a hell on earth, and it is really not an exaggeration. These scumbags not only target mutants, but also ordinary people. All kinds of incredible and crazy experiments are used on mutants and some ordinary people. Kai doesn't know where these ordinary people came from, but he can be sure that these ordinary people are definitely not volunteers. In other words, these guys are actually engaged in human trafficking. What's more tragic is that in a warehouse in the base, there is still an internal organ storage room, which is full of various organs preserved in large and small life support systems. According to the testimony of those scientific researchers, these things are all goods. Yes, these are goods specially prepared by Stryker to raise funds. Goods for sale. Oh. Be gentle, big guy. Just as Kai and his friends were torturing Stryker, a noisy voice came. It was Logan and Victor's former teammate, Deadpool Wade. Can't you just shut up? Tank held a medical kit and applied medicine to the wounded Wade with a painful look on his face. He was almost annoyed to death. This was also what Kai and his friends discovered. When they found Wade, this guy was tied to a chair with blood all over his body, and he was almost dead. But after applying the medicine, this guy began to be full of energy again. The full of energy here does not refer to his physical condition. In fact, this guy's physical condition has been to a certain extent. With this kind of injury, he would have been given a critical illness notice in the hospital and sent to the intensive care unit to see his luck. But this guy's mental condition is a group of good. Since he woke up, his mouth has been talking non-stop. It makes people wonder if this guy also has a self-healing factor. But it is obvious that Mr. Deadpool has not awakened this ability yet. This guy is born like this. His mouth is indestructible. Chapter 562 Surgery. Oh, God, we really shouldn't have rescued this guy, or we could have arrived later and let Stryker transform this guy into a humanoid weapon that can't speak, Logan said expressionlessly, holding a cigar in his mouth. He and Wade are teammates. Compared to other people who hate Wade, Logan's attitude towards Wade is rare and peaceful. For example, Victor wants to tear Wade apart every time he sees Wade. This guy is not only a chatterbox, but also always speaks in an unpleasant way. Oh, man, you can't do this, we are friends, right? Well, at least I always think we are friends, Wade heard Logan's complaint. Fuck, Logan gave Wade a middle finger. I love you, Wade also gave him a middle finger in return. Tank, give this guy a shot of calming. If one shot is not enough, give him a few more shots. I'm so confused, Kai couldn't stand Wade's nagging. Really, People who don't get along with this guy will never know how annoying he is. Got it. Tank was also annoyed enough and took out a few syringes directly from the medicine box. Hey. Man, this could kill someone. It's okay, he won't die that easily. Even if he does, it won't be your fault. This guy was about to die anyway, Victor added. Tank didn't bother to tell the difference when he heard this, and directly inserted several syringes into Wade. Hey. I'll get addicted to drugs, calmness is also addictive. Don't worry, you'll get through it, Victor comforted him. Then Wade rolled his eyes and finally calmed down. Is he really okay? Tank asked uncertainly. No, this guy used to steal morphine when he was in the army, Victor said easily. You may not believe it, but in the United States, the military has a history of drug use. According to the description in Drugs, A Brief History of Drugs and War published by Polish scholar Lukasz, the U.S. Department of Defense estimated that during the Vietnam War in 1971, 51% of U.S. troops had smoked marijuana and 28% had smoked hard drugs such as heroin. In the frontline combat troops, the superiors often turn a blind eye to some of the soldiers' behaviors. After all, the soldiers need to vent their stress. Not everyone can bear the terror of facing life and death. Until now, there have been many drug scandals in the U.S. military, especially in Afghanistan, Iraq and other places, where there are many drug users and drug dealers. Okay, Tank was too lazy to care. Are you ready? Let's get started, Victor rubbed his hands and shouted to the technicians impatiently. These technicians had been debugging the equipment before. These equipment were used for the adamantium skeleton surgery. Several technicians looked at Kai and the others tremblingly. After all, these 4 people almost slaughtered the entire base. Now they are the only technicians left alive in the entire base. As for the others. Anyway, the Hound had a good time this time. This operation, the success rate is not very high at present. There may be problems during the operation at any time. We cannot guarantee that you can survive the operation. Adamantium is not produced naturally, but is the product of a kind of ore called adamantium, which is smelted and then mixed with carbon alloy with meteorite components from alien space. Once this metal is refined and cooled, it will not show any signs of melting even at a high temperature of 500,000. At the same time, it is not an element, and has properties that none of the elements in the periodic table have. During the production process, adamantium must be kept at 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit. At this temperature, adamantium alloy can be transformed into any shape, but once it is formed, it cannot be destroyed or even changed under normal circumstances. At the same time, adamantium alloy has the ability to stabilize its atomic structure by itself, which allows adamantium metal to self-repair even if it is deformed or broken under certain extreme conditions. Very abnormal. The only disadvantage is that there are too few of them. After the death of the real inventor of adamantium metal, the manufacturing method of this metal was completely lost. With the amount of adamantium left, at most 3 people can undergo metal skeleton surgery. This is why Stryker is obsessed with the transformation of Weapon X. There is too little, and it is obviously not enough to do other things, so he can only do this. Speaking of adamantium skeleton surgery, the technical content is actually just that, and it can even be said to be simple and crude. It is to directly inject 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit liquid adamantium into the bones of the recipient, and rely on the physical properties of adamantium to directly replace the original bones. This method can limit the recipients to those who have super fast regeneration ability like Victor and Logan, and even those with weak regeneration ability. And even for Victor and others, this operation is extremely dangerous. With their regeneration ability, they will not die even if their bodies are burned, but this thing will be injected into the skull. Such a high temperature can even burn the brain into charcoal in an instant. Of course, this operation has been successful once before, so it is much more reliable than before. But no matter how confident they were, these technicians felt very nervous just by looking at these 4 murderous men. They were afraid that if there was any problem, they would die without a burial place. In fact, their worries were unnecessary. Because Kai had made up his mind that these people would die regardless of success or failure. This base is actually an American version of Auschwitz concentration camp, and everyone in this concentration camp is guilty. The law cannot punish these people. Once the things here are exposed, the U.S. military will try every means to cover it up even to maintain its legitimacy. All the people involved, no matter how big the crime is, the military will allow any one of them to be tried. This is a problem of buttocks, and it has nothing to do with justice. In fact, in front of the real boss, justice has never mattered. Justice is just an excuse. It will not become the behavioral logic of those political creatures. In short, if these people are let go, they are destined not to be tried. In this case, Kai will naturally not let them go. Anyway, this is all Hannibal's doing, and it has nothing to do with him. The operation went smoothly, although Victor was almost dead. If Hannibal hadn't taken the initiative to cool the cooling water in the pool, Victor might have died. Looking at his metal claws, Victor smiled with satisfaction. You know, he was in so much pain just now. This is not an exaggeration, but the truth. The pain from inside to outside almost made Victor collapse. Logan, you come too. Forget it. After all, I just want to live a peaceful life. Logan waved his hand to refuse. Even if you are transformed, you can still live a peaceful life, Logan. Kai suddenly said at this time. Logan looked at Kai. He didn't understand why Kai said that. Of course the author did it on purpose. He did consider letting Wolverine live a peaceful life like this before, but if there were no diamond claws, would Wolverine still be Wolverine? Being strong is also a kind of capital to ensure that you can live as you please. I asked you to accept the transformation, not because I hope you will go to the battlefield again, but because you can have more self-protection ability. Why refuse? Kai put forward his thoughts. For the sake of peace, we should hold guns. Logan thought of Stryker's attempt to murder him. He hoped that he could live a peaceful life, but that didn't mean that others would think so. Stryker was the best example. If Kai hadn't just returned to Jade Town, Logan couldn't imagine how things would develop. Okay. I accept it. Chapter 563. But when everyone left the dam base, the rumbling sound in the base quickly became louder, as if something was pouring out from the bottom of the base. When they were completely wrapped by the hound's shadow and disappeared from the spot, the ground of the base behind them suddenly cracked, and a huge column of water gushed out instantly. Finally, the water column turned into a huge wave that submerged everything, washing away the base and the evil in it. Only the next day, the Canadian side came to clean up the mess after the dam collapsed. Before leaving, Kai activated the base's self-destruct system and left the last survivors behind, letting them turn into dust together with this evil place. Including Stryker. This American military colonel who originally had a bright future became food for fish and turtles silently, and his death was worthless. It seems that in addition to us, there are also a group of people who attacked Stryker's base. After returning to Jade Town, Kai took Victor and Logan back to her original residence in Jade Town, which was the house next to Kelly's house. When Kai was the sheriff in Jade Town, Kelly's mother Sandra rented this house to Kai at a low price, and the lease has not expired yet. After washing up, several people sat in the garden of the house, each with a bottle of beer, watching the sunrise from the horizon, and summing up the gains of this trip. Fuck, these people actually intercepted our who? Victor shouted with an unhappy face. Intercept what who? What's the use of those mutants? Logan looked indifferent. After all, their purpose was just to kill Stryker, and even destroying the base was a side job. As for those mutants, they were even more unexpected. They originally just wanted to see if they could rescue Kaya's sister Emma, but now it seems that Emma either died a long time ago or was rescued by the group of people who got there first. No matter which one it was, Logan thought he had explained to Kaya. Indeed, the mutants were rescued, and they were rescued. If they stayed there, it would be difficult for us to deal with them, Kai agreed with Logan. There were quite a few mutants, and each of them had strange abilities. If they really fell into Kai's hands, Kai really didn't know how to deal with them. After all, with so many mutants, the target was too big and it was very easy to be exposed. Kai didn't have the ability to send hundreds of people to other places quietly. Who rescued the mutants kidnapped by Stryker? Tank drank a bottle of beer in one gulp, and then asked the doubt in his heart. It's not something that ordinary people can do to rescue hundreds of mutants quietly in such a short time. Tank was a little worried. After all, who knows whether the organization or force that rescued these mutants is human or ghost? No clue at all. Kai shook his head. If there is any difference between this world and Kai's previous world, it is that there are really many inexplicable organizations in this world. Moreover, most of these organizations are villains. As for which organizations have the ability to rescue people from under their noses, Kai himself knows 2 or 3, and who knows how many others he doesn't know. In short, the people in this world are a bit weird. They always like to form secret societies for no reason, and some people's ambitions are particularly weird. For example, there was a technology giant who actually wanted to purge humanity, killing 70% of the total population, leaving only the elite population to continue human civilization. How big a hole in his brain would it take to come up with such a plan? Fortunately, he was killed by Kingsman. If you ask me, since you have no clue, don't worry too much. Anyway, there are tall people to hold up the sky if it falls. What's the point of us worrying about this? It's not certain that others will be grateful to us. Victor, who has always been known for his recklessness, rarely said a very useful sentence. Indeed, if there is a problem, the one who should worry the most is the United States, the only superpower in the world. They are sitting in a country garden, worrying about the things that the President of the United States should worry about. Isn't it boring? Thinking of this, several people were relieved, so they continued to drink. When the morning sun rose in the distance, Kai asked Logan, "What are you going to do about Kaya?" Although there were reasons, Kaya did approach Logan with ulterior motives. Especially Logan, although he looked like a rough man, was actually very sensitive. This kind of thing that was expected of him was not so easy to get over. No, what else can I do? Logan's heart was also in a mess. If he said that he had no feelings for Kaya, that would be absolutely nonsense, but he couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. Kai shrugged. He was always incompetent in this kind of emotional disputes between men and women, and he didn't know how to persuade, so fortunately he just let it go. The reason for asking this question was mainly to see if Logan had any ideas. "I think Kaya is sincere to you," Kai said. This was not consolation, but it was derived through observation. Of course, it's not necessarily true. After all, beautiful women are very good at deceiving people. But Kai felt that the pain in Kaya's eyes at that time was not deceiving. If Kaya could act it out, then her acting skills were amazing. I know, in fact, Logan felt it in his heart, but as long as he thought that the foundation of their relationship was based on Stryker's order, he felt depressed. Several old men drank until dawn. When they dressed up to attend the wedding the next day, they yawned one after another. But it didn't matter. Others were also like this. They had too much fun on the singles night last night, especially Portman. In order to give Saji and Meatball an unforgettable single party, this grandson actually paid for a group of strippers from Minneapolis. You know, this is not cheap. Although Portman works at HBT in Chicago and his salary is not low, this kind of handwriting will at least cost him a year's salary. It's not that Portman is very loyal to his brothers, this guy is just crazy about people. With beauties and good wine, you can imagine how intense the battle was last night, so most of the men present today were listless, but the women were in high spirits because they had already held the bachelor party, so they had time to recuperate last night. The wedding went very smoothly. For this wedding, Raukio and Saji not only spent all their savings, but also spent a lot of time and effort, so it was impossible for the wedding to have any problems. The wedding was not held under the solemn witness of the priest according to tradition. Instead, it was full of laughter from the beginning, and even the priest who was invited danced to the music from the beginning. The tone of the whole wedding was dancing to the cheerful music. There were no common wedding vows. There were only two couples wearing rings in the priest's jokes. Chapter 564, Movie. Christmas. Compared to high latitudes, the Christmas atmosphere in Los Angeles is strong, but there is always something missing. Kai has been back for 2 days. He originally wanted Kelly and the others to come to Los Angeles to spend Christmas with him, but he didn't expect that after the three women went to France together, they were still not satisfied and actually followed Diana to Paradise Island. Although strictly speaking, Paradise Island does not allow outsiders to enter. But no matter what, the privileged class exists everywhere, and Diana is the privileged class of Paradise Island. In addition, Kelly and Catherine are both women, so it is easier to accommodate. Paradise Island strictly prohibits men from entering. After all, the Amazons hid in Paradise Island because of the persecution of men. In short, Kai has completely lost contact with his two women. What a thing. Fortunately, Kai has no habit of celebrating Christmas. So Kai planned to go to Chinatown with Dafu on the holiday to find a familiar Chinese restaurant and enjoy authentic Chinese food. But on Christmas Eve, Kai received an invitation. It was the premiere of a movie. The movie is considered a Hollywood masterpiece, Snow White and the Huntsman. When Kai saw the invitation, he was stunned. This thing can also be made into a movie? After all, when you think of Snow White, the first thing that comes to mind is children's animation. Is there really anyone who will watch this thing made into a movie? So with curiosity, Kai searched for news about this movie. Unexpectedly, this movie is not only famous, but also highly anticipated. After all, Diplo's movies have been smooth sailing in the film industry in recent years, especially their Pirates of the Caribbean series, which has made a lot of money. Now they have finally extended their magic hand to animation adaptation. At the same time, Kai also figured out from the news why the premiere of this movie sent him an invitation. It turned out that the leading actress of this movie was Charlize Theron. Well, Charlize Theron is not playing Snow White, but she is a mature woman in her 30s. How could she play a princess? She plays the villain, the stepmother queen. Seeing this, Kai's expectations for this movie immediately dropped to the lowest. Think about it, the biggest gimmick of this movie is the number one villain, and no one paid attention to the original heroine. You can imagine what kind of character this movie is. Kai was still browsing the news about this movie on the internet. Charlize Theron called in. She came to invite Kai to attend the premiere. Charlize Theron has actually been in contact with Kai since The Nightmare on Elm Street, but Kai felt that he and her should have no intersection, so he was not very enthusiastic about this kind of contact. Most likely, Charlize Theron called him. Of course, this is not that Charlize Theron has any improper thoughts about Kai. Although Kai is a proud person in her heart, she is not so arrogant that a strong woman with mature thoughts would let others fall in love with her hopelessly just because she saved her life. That is unrealistic, especially for a strong woman like Charlize Theron, who dared to come to the United States alone in her teens. She is not the kind of little girl who knows nothing. She contacted Kai more to learn about the inside story of exorcism and demon hunting through Kai. Kai didn't know what she was going to do, but he instinctively resisted her from getting too deep into this matter. You have to know that once you start hunting demons, there are only 0 times and countless times. According to the demon hunter, when you pay attention to those ghosts, you also enter the field of vision of the ghosts. Anyway, once you start hunting demons, it is very easy for you to encounter those things in your life. That's why Kai has been perfunctory with Charlize Theron. Today is the same. Kai originally planned to continue to perfunctory with Charlize Theron, and naturally he would not go to the premiere. But unexpectedly, Charlize Theron took the initiative to tell Kai that she would not explore those things anymore, because the script has been completely completed. Script? The script of Nightmare on Elm Street, Charlize Theron explained. Remember when we went to Springwood to solve Freddy, there was a boy with a shoehorn face named Quentin Smith. The child loves movies very much. He originally planned to study in Los Angeles for college, and then go to Hollywood like thousands of other children who want to enter the entertainment industry. As a result, he was lucky. When he solved this incident, he met Charlize. He joked at the time that he wanted to make a movie about their experience. Unexpectedly, Charlize thought this was a good idea, so she really invited Quentin to write the script. She didn't expect this kid to be able to come up with a good script at first, but she didn't expect Quentin to be really suitable for this job. He not only wrote the script, but also practiced drawing a lot of camera scripts. After reading Quentin's camera scripts, Charlize immediately discovered Quentin's talent. So Charlize decided that Quentin would direct this horror movie. This is definitely a good thing that fell from the sky, and Quentin certainly couldn't refuse. You know, Hollywood doesn't know that Los Angeles drifters with the title of director have no jobs. He, a high school graduate who hasn't entered Hollywood, actually has the opportunity to direct a horror movie. Of course, he won't refuse. Of course, Charlize didn't lose money. After all, it was a low-cost horror movie, not a special effects blockbuster. There are not many actors in Los Angeles, but there are many actors. The director doesn't want to be paid, and only charged $50,000 for the script. The total cost is just over $1.5 million at most. Even if the box office is not ideal, the videotape can make up for it. Don't think that movies must be judged by the box office in the cinema. In fact, many low-budget B-level films don't care much about the box office, and the income from videotapes is enough for distributors to make money. For example, the very famous low-quality B-level film Sharknado was made in 5 episodes at once. It was not shown in theaters at all, but it still made a lot of money. What it relied on was videotapes. In fact, Hollywood makes a lot of movies every year, most of which will not be shown because it is obvious that they don't make money, but relying on the videotape market, it still supports many small film companies. Although Charlize had some expectations for the box office, she thought that if it works, it's a blessing. If it doesn't make money, it's a fate. Of course, it would be great if it can sell well, but if it doesn't make money, it can be made up from the videotape market. Anyway, it won't lose money. The key is that this incident left a deep impression on Shiraz, and filming it can be regarded as a commemoration. But Quentin valued this opportunity very much. He didn't start the project immediately. He relied on Shiraz's relationship to intern in Hollywood, work in various crews, familiarize himself with the process, and polish the script with excellence. This movie definitely can't rely on special effects, stars and other things to attract fans. After all, the budget was limited, so Quentin could only polish the script. Winning with plot and atmosphere, horror movies are all about these things. Unexpectedly, this made Shiraz more interested in the project. She personally participated in the script writing and even wanted to make a cameo appearance in the movie. Shiraz had been contacting Kai before. On the one hand, she did want to keep in touch with Kai. After all, she felt safer with such an exorcist detective as a friend. On the other hand, she wanted Kai to give some advice and help revise the script. After all, he was a professional. Hearing this, Kai was speechless. It was really entertainment to death. But this made Kai a little interested. In his previous life and this life, Kai had never seen how to make a movie. So Kai readily agreed to Shiraz's request to be a consultant for this movie. Anyway, it was just a phone call, and he didn't need to go to the scene to guide, and he couldn't guide anything. Chapter 565 Investment Poison. The Chinese Theater is located in the heart of the Hollywood Walk of Fame. This theater has extraordinary significance in Hollywood. Its architectural style is a combination of Chinese and Western styles, but it is generally a hodgepodge. The so-called Chinese-style architecture there is completely a creation of Westerners. From the perspective of the Chinese, the style of this theater is very strange and has no aesthetic appeal. It is said that the theater originally conceived by Mr. Grauman, the founder of the Hollywood Chinese Theater, was an oriental garden full of exotic style. Of course, the final design has completely changed. But this does not damage the status of this theater in Hollywood. This theater is adjacent to the Dolby Theater and has hosted many Oscars. It is world famous for the imprints left by superstars in the theater square and has become a tourist destination. The premiere of Snow White and the Huntsman was held here, and it was very grand. The main style is fantasy, leading the audience to experience the fairy tale fantasy style of the film in advance. At the premiere, Charlize Theron, who played the evil queen, and Kristen Stewart, who played Snow White, appeared on the red carpet together in black gothic dresses, which immediately attracted attention. Kristen wore a black lace dress from the Marquise of Fall fashion show, with hollow lace at the bottom. Her light makeup made her delicate skin look like Snow White. Charlize Theron wore a Dior dress, stunning the audience. Her slender legs were looming in the tulle skirt, making her every move on the red carpet elegant. In addition, a large number of Hollywood stars came to the scene to support this play. Some of these people were related to Debo, and some were related to Charlize Theron in the entertainment industry. In short, it was star-studded. Unfortunately, in contrast, this movie sucks. Anyway, after watching the movie, Kay had only one feeling. How could this Snow White be so ugly? Kristen Stewart, a new age actor with a very big name in Hollywood recently, became famous for playing a vampire, but Kay always felt that something was wrong. Although she was not ugly, she was not beautiful at all, right? Kay always felt that this actress had a sense of masculinity. Of course, this was not important. What was important was who she was compared to. The evil stepmother queen was actually much prettier than Snow White. This was killing him. Anyway, Kai was very distracted when watching the movie. The queen was more beautiful than Snow White no matter how you looked at it. Magic mirror, are you blind? However, this seemed to represent only Kai's personal opinion. Anyway, the reaction on the scene was not bad. At least some young people liked it very much. Kai really wanted to ask these people, didn't you hear fairy tales when you were young? What the hell was so good about this thing from beginning to end? The name of the movie is Snow White and the Huntsman, and the most outstanding character is actually the queen. What kind of thing is this? Of course, Kai was not the only one who didn't like this movie. At least a few film critics sitting next to Kai had no expression on their faces. But anyway, the premiere ended smoothly. Most people were very happy, and the people of Dubai were also very satisfied because they saw the box office potential. Another person was very happy, and that was Tony Stark. Yes, the grandson was there too. But he seemed to be stuck today, So he didn't come when the premiere started, but he showed up at the cocktail party after the premiere. Why was he happy? Because he invested in this movie. You know, Tony is known as a toxic investor in Hollywood. Every movie he invested in has failed. This time he also invested. Not only that, he also used his connections to get Charlize Theron into this movie. Well, I finally know how Charlize took this bad movie. Anyway, after hearing from Dibbo's people that this movie has great box office potential, Tony was very happy. It's not because of making money. In fact, anything he does can make more money than this. The most important thing is that he can wash away this shameful name. In the financial industry, although Tony is not considered the god of investment, he has never lost money in investment. But in Hollywood, he is almost synonymous with being a sucker, which makes the strong Tony unacceptable. By the way, the filming of this movie was also thanks to the director of this film, Rupert Sanders. This director is a complete newcomer who has never made a movie. He is only well known in the field of short films and commercials. But others dare to think that for his directorial debut, Sanders said that he just wanted to shoot a blockbuster. So he took the script to find Tony at a cocktail party, and then got the investment. Then he took Tony's investment to Disney and said he wanted to buy the copyright. Dibbo is a well-known copyright maniac, and his own copyright will never be used by others. And seeing the new director's generous momentum, they also felt that there was a way, so they simply participated in the project directly, and the director's funds doubled at once. In short, Hollywood is always a magical place. Some directors can't get a chance to make a blockbuster even if they struggle all their lives, but some directors, who are obviously unknown, can rise to the sky in one step. It is precisely because of this that Hollywood has attracted countless people to come one after another. After all, everyone thinks that they are born to be the protagonist, and they all believe that the good thing of rising to the sky in one step will fall on their heads. How is it? Kai, isn't this movie good? After Tony boasted for a while, he saw Kai in the corner of the cocktail party. He didn't expect to meet Kai at first, because according to his understanding of Kai, he shouldn't like this kind of thing. But after his bodyguard leader Happy explained, he knew that Sheraz and Kai knew each other. Why are you here? I invested in this movie. Oh, no wonder. Kai sighed and shook his head with regret. What do you mean? No wonder it's so bad, Kai said without hesitation. Where is it bad? Where is it bad? Where is it bad? This hit Tony's sore spot, and he jumped up and shouted. There is no way, he is pointing at this to turn over. To describe Tony in one sentence, that is, he is addicted to being a bad person. He obviously has a bad taste in movies, but he just likes to get involved. Just like Jordan, he obviously has a bad vision, just like Ming Deng, whoever he chooses is a waste. It's not bad, Kai tilted his head, don't you think there is something wrong with the whole movie? What's the problem? Tony was unconvinced. Okay, since you want to know so much, I will be merciful and tell you. First, let's talk about the good aspects. The visual effects and the soundtrack are very good. At least the art is good. Okay, that's it for the good aspects. Now let's talk about the bad aspects. First of all, the plot is too lame. It feels like the 2-hour plot development is all put together at the last minute. Secondly, who the hell chose the actors? The heroine's aura is really bad. She doesn't have the temperament of Snow White at all. Although everyone in the play is shouting truth, kindness and beauty, it's useless to just shout slogans. Look at the picture, look at the picture. Did the heroine offend the photographer? Snow White? The protagonist is like a clay sculpture of a loser. It's okay to have the same expression from beginning to end, but small flaws such as eye bags and big buck teeth are infinitely magnified. The princess is more beautiful than the queen? Did the magic mirror have cataracts? The queen with a plump figure, charming appearance and awe-inspiring temperament is better than the vampire Snow White with a big mouth, big lifeless eyes and an immature figure. I dare say that the cup size of the male protagonist is bigger than that of the female protagonist. Of course, Sheraz gave a perfect answer in this drama. The queen she played is so beautiful that she is impeccable. But she is a villain. When you directors choose actors, do you always choose with your eyes closed? Chapter 566 Trouble. When Kai said this, he didn't care that there were many people around him, including several film critics who were originally very close to him, as well as the main creative staff of the play, that is, the heroine, the director and Sheraz. Film critics are not important. These people use their pens to make a living. When they start to criticize, they are so poisonous. Kai's criticism is just child's play. But they agree with the main idea of Kai. This play is undoubtedly a bad movie. There is no way to wash it, unless DeBeo is willing to spend money. Otherwise, how do you think film critics can make a living? Do you think that they can support their life of luxury in Hollywood by writing some film reviews for newspapers and media? Don't even think about it. In fact, film critics as a profession in Hollywood have been very perfect, and the interest chain has been established for hundreds of years. For example, when many films are released, they will pay film critics to create momentum and trick movie fans into going to the cinema. Of course, the film critics who can be invited by DeBeo are all famous. Most of them care more about their credibility and will not exaggerate a film that is full of flaws. They should be scolded, otherwise how can they survive? But the main creators are different, their faces are green. Especially the heroine and the director. It's really wonderful. Everyone is a decent person. Even if they scold, it will be in the newspapers and the media. How can they criticize publicly in front of others? Among them, the heroine Christine was particularly hurt. She is famous for acting in idol movies, which is said to be adapted from a very popular novel. In short, after several consecutive idol dramas, she is very popular, but she is still regarded as a vase by mainstream movies. This time she participated in this blockbuster, thinking that she could rely on this to turn over, get positive reviews, and open up the road of acting. In Hollywood, it is very difficult for idols to transform. Look at Leo. Because of the stunning beauty of Titanic, he has not been accepted by mainstream movies for so many years, and they still don't think he has acting skills. Now, Leo keeps taking those deep movies, but he is still a runner-up. Christine felt that she had tried very hard this time, but she was criticized by an outsider. She felt humiliated. If it weren't for politeness, she would have wanted to throw the champagne in her glass on the guy's face. But some people couldn't hold back. Sir, I think you are completely wrong. Christine plays Balabala. This movie is Balabala. What I want to express is Balabala, and then Balabala. This person is the director. Unfortunately, Kai is like most movie fans. Isn't watching a movie just to see the stars? Who cares about the director? After all, he never reads the subtitles after the movie. Who is this idiot? Kai looked at Tony in astonishment. Did he get paid by the director? He is so desperate to help speak. There was silence at the scene. Really? Who would not go back to learn about the director if they came to the premiere? Besides, there was an interview with the main creators at the beginning of the movie, and the main creators were all standing on the stage talking. The host introduced it, but in such a short while, he forgot that this person was the director? Too fast, right? But Kai didn't care about this at all. He came to watch a movie. Who wants to listen to the experience of film creation? Aren't those things all fake? The director's face turned green. Even if he wasn't a star, he wouldn't have such a low sense of existence, right? What were you doing during the interview before the movie? Tony asked with a strange look on his face. Playing with my phone, Kai said confidently. Oh, no wonder, Tony said helplessly. He is the director, huh? Kai looked at Tony. Tony nodded, indicating that he didn't lie. Oh, no wonder, Kai nodded, not embarrassed at all. After all, he had said it, could he swallow it back? Besides, he probably only met this director once in his life. If he offended him, he offended him. What could he do? Bite him? Believe it or not, he would be served with a pair of silver bracelets immediately. Kai patted the director. Dude, change your career, you are not suitable for this. Really, he said it sincerely. The director quit. This guy threw a tantrum on the spot. After all, today was the day when he was most proud. He was an unknown MV advertising director, but he rose to fame overnight and was valued by two big guys, Tony and DeBeo. This was definitely a perfect template for the protagonist. Kai naturally couldn't tolerate such a face-slapping behavior. Unfortunately, just as he started to throw a tantrum, Tony told him with a sullen face that this was his friend and he should be polite. The people on DeBeo's side also came over to persuade the director immediately. After all, the director was out of control at the premiere because of the criticism. If this got out, there would be no hope for the box office. What's wrong with people nowadays? They dare to adapt a movie without even seeing Snow White? Are they so impetuous? Kai was not very angry about the guy's tantrum. In fact, Kai didn't think he was really right in this matter. After all, it was very rude. But he still had to take advantage of the situation. The director was irritated. Tony didn't care about the director. He would meet at least one such person every day. He was willing to give him a chance just because he was in a good mood. As for the director's talent, if he knew this, he wouldn't always fail. You say this movie is really bad. Tony thought it was not bad. It had all the elements and the visuals were great. The plot was thin. I wanted to talk about it, but I couldn't. The script was rubbish, and the actress's acting was terrible. Except for her expressionless face, I almost forgot that the protagonist of this movie was Snow White. What do you think of this movie? Kai despised Tony's aesthetics. In fact, Tony's aesthetics have always been bad. Including his mecha, which Kai thought was too fancy. Black is so good. Mysterious, grand, and classy. Like Tony, rich gold plus sexy red. It's amazing. The same color scheme as a mobile phone. Okay, Tony believed Kai quite a bit, because he knew that Kai would not lie to him. But Tony had a good attitude. Anyway, he has plenty of money, and he doesn't feel bad even if he loses 100 movies. Since he knows that this movie will flop, he will naturally not worry about it. If it can win him face, he will naturally be willing to take advantage of the popularity. After all, this is a comeback, but since it flopped, there is no need to waste energy. By the way, I'm going to Morocco to participate in the F1 Formula next week. Will you come with me? Why? Kai is not interested in watching others show off. That's boring. Apart from the trivial things between Pepper and Kai, Tony actually likes to be with Kai. There is no worry. Others don't covet anything from him, and there is no need to curry favor with him. It's natural to get along with him. He likes this feeling. What's so good about being a policeman? You don't even have time to relax. I'm happy to do that, Kai said without hesitation. What about you? Do you think it's fun to wear a tin can and show off everywhere? Come on. I'm a superhero. Listen carefully, a superhero. Yes, it's a children's cartoon, I know. You should be glad that you are a super rich man, otherwise, you would have been arrested by me and thrown into prison to pick up soap, Kai said here, and felt that he still had to remind this kid, to be honest, you should take it easy. The wolves in the government will not tolerate your arrogance forever, humph. Those termites can only shout a few times in the sewer, and they can't make any waves. Tony was very disdainful. Of course, this was just because he didn't want to show his weakness in front of Kai. His troubles were not small at all. Because he had been targeted by two major interest groups in the country. One is the Pentagon. The other is the Energy Group. The Pentagon here is different from the military. Everyone in the Pentagon is an MR, while everyone in the military is a general. One is a civilian politician, and the other is a soldier. There is a big difference between the two. In the eyes of the Pentagon, the epoch-making weapon and manufacturing method of the Iron Man suit should be controlled, at least not in the hands of a private person like Tony. Because the Iron Man suit was independently developed by Tony, he owns all the patents, which is different from the Stark Group. Moreover, the emergence of this weapon has greatly threatened the status of traditional military industry, so many people hope to force Tony Stark to give up the patent rights of the Iron Man suit through the Pentagon. However, this is difficult. After all, the Constitution is there. Private property is sacred and inviolable. And the United States has not legislated on the Iron Man suit, so who can say that thing is a weapon? Tony said it is an auxiliary sports equipment for the disabled. As long as it is not equipped with weapons, it is fine. Just like in The Lord of War, it is illegal to attack helicopters, but it is not illegal to separate the helicopters from the rockets and machine guns installed on the helicopters. Therefore, the major arms manufacturers want Tony to sell patents or license them. Even if it costs a little more money, it's fine. In this regard, the military actually supports it, but the support is not strong. The reason is simple. The Iron Man suit is very powerful, but so what? Because the US military's equipment level is now the best in the world, and there is no enemy at all. Besides, if the Iron Man suit is purchased, other weapons will have to retire. If these weapons are retired, should the subsequent purchases be carried out? If not, what about the military expenditure? The government has been cutting military expenditure. If it continues like this, the military expenditure will be even less. That's money. So the military's desire for the Iron Man suit is very Buddhist. It's good to have it, and it's better not to have it. This is also the difference between the Pentagon and the military. After all, the interests of the two are not completely overlapping. The interests of civilians and soldiers will never be consistent. After all, one of the responsibilities of the Pentagon is to control the military. And the hatred of another group for Stark is more naked. Energy group. First of all, when people talk about the United States being controlled by interest groups, the most common thing they talk about is the military-industrial complex, saying that they manipulate the United States to start wars. But in fact, the military-industrial complex is more wronged. They certainly hope that the US military will fight because they can make money by fighting. But this is after the war has started, so who caused the war? The answer is energy groups and financial groups. What is said here is relatively general. After all, the author is not specialized in this. In a word, the United States relies on two things to dominate the world. One is naturally military force, which is beyond doubt. The second is petrodollars. In today's world, oil transactions are all settled in US dollars. In fact, not only oil, but any large transactions rely on US dollars for settlement. This allows the United States to draw blood from countries around the world to feed back to the United States itself. But petrodollars are definitely the top priority. But now this corner seems to be loose. In the energy industry, although there are categories such as solar energy and wind energy, these energy sources are small heads and cannot shake the status of oil. But the problem is that Stark's reactor is different. The key to real clean energy is high efficiency and stability. It is much stronger than oil and much cheaper. At this stage, Stark Group has intervened in the US power grid market. Their new energy companies have begun to generate electricity to seize the market, and the price is very cheap, killing traditional energy groups in retreat. I believe that in the near future, Stark New Energy Group's market share will soar. Although the government will definitely initiate antitrust lawsuits if it reaches a certain level, who knows how many years it will take. As long as Stark Group has good public relations, it can completely postpone this process for 40 or 50 years. Yes, antitrust lawsuits can also be public relations. This is America. In short, these people have a simple idea: either Stark destroys the reactor, or they take control. Unfortunately, they are facing Stark. He also has the support of a group of interest groups behind him. This is very American. In short, they also joined in threatening Stark. Stark's troubles will not be small. In fact, Congress has already had relevant discussions, and it is estimated that hearings will be held soon. Stark went to Morocco at this time to relax and then join another battlefield. In short, you should be careful. Kai shrugged. He didn't have much communication with the upper class of America and couldn't help him. I can't help you if you're in trouble this time. Look down on me. Who am I? Stark shrugged at Kai in a very arrogant manner. I'm Iron Man. Just be happy. The premiere is not just about watching a movie. In fact, it is more like a social occasion. Especially the cocktail party afterwards. The scene of Kai and Tony chatting happily in the corner was naturally seen by many people. In fact, Christine was one of them. Originally, this masculine-looking female star had a very bad impression of Kai. After all, Kai was not a familiar face, which meant that he was not from the circle. Since he was not from the circle, Christine naturally didn't need to care too much. But now it seems that other people's circles are much more high-end. Who is Stark? The richest man in the world today, and he is also Iron Man. This identity is not something that a little star like her can compare to. So what level is the person who can be friends with Stark? The United States does not care about class, but it cares about identity. The most favorite thing for American imperialism is identity politics. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 567, Succubuli. What's wrong? Kristen, are you okay? After greeting several producers, Sherry's walked to Kristen. Seeing her staring at Kai in the distance with her face changing constantly, she hurriedly asked with concern. This time, Sherry's and Kristen have become quite familiar with each other. Sherry's is an old actor and has worked with many actresses, but if you insist on saying who she has a good relationship with, there's really no one. After all, Hollywood is simply a naked world of fame and fortune. Those female stars are incompatible with each other. There are even occasions where she attends and I don't attend. The comparison between actors is very serious. They have to compare their pay, food, clothing, housing and transportation. In short, it's a mess, so Sherry's rarely has any female celebrity friends in the circle. Although Kristen has a lot of problems, she has one advantage, that is, she gets along well with actresses. This makes Cherise and Kristen have a pretty good relationship. What's more, they have experienced a little bit of weirdness together, so the relationship between the two has become closer. I'm fine, Kristen, I apologize for Kai's remarks. He didn't mean it. Really. He's that kind of person, outspoken. Cherise thought that it was Kai's previous remarks that bothered Kristen. In fact, Cherise didn't think Kai's remarks were anything special. On the one hand, Kai was right. In fact, Cherise herself thought that this movie was a bad movie. But there was no way, even for a position like her, sometimes she would encounter some force majeure and take on some bad movies. So she thought Kai was right. On the other hand, she thought it was nothing. Who hasn't gone through this stage? When she was young, she was also scolded. In fact, most stars rely on their looks before their acting skills are recognized. It just so happens that those Hollywood critics look down on this kind of actors the most, so it is inevitable to be scolded. Speaking of which, Kai's evaluation of Christine is fair and not too harsh. Of course, even if she doesn't agree, Cherise won't show it. They are all actors, who can act. I'm fine, I'm not angry. Even if she was angry, Christine had to say that she was not angry at this moment. After all, her agency had told her before to please Tony Stark. It was true that Tony Stark was an investment poison, but any female star who is related to him could become popular. After all, Tony himself represented the world's top traffic and could bring a lot of attention. At the same time, although Tony Stark, the super playboy, was not very good at investing in movies, he had a wide network of contacts in Hollywood, which represented a lot of resources. If she offended Tony's friends, who knows what would happen? It's just that, Cherise, are you really sure that man can solve my troubles? Christine would not tell Cherise her little calculations. Instead, she changed the subject. This is why Cherise had to invite Kai to the premiere. Nothing else, she just encountered another supernatural event. To be precise, it was not her, but the female star in front of her, Christine. She encountered something that science could not explain. After Cherise knew about it, she expressed her interest. This is the disadvantage of knowing the truth about the world. If Cherise still doesn't believe in the existence of ghosts and monsters as before, will she take it to heart after hearing about Christine's supernatural events? Of course not. But now, after knowing the truth, Cherise can't turn a blind eye to such things. Of course, he is a professional, Cherise said affirmatively. For Cherise, those supernatural events really can't make her turn a blind eye, but she doesn't have the courage to solve them by herself, so the best way is to find a professional to solve them. So she thought of inviting Kai to the premiere and then introduce him to Christine. But unexpectedly, Christine was scolded by Kai before the introduction began. Mr. Stark, this is the document that Miss Pepper needs you to sign. Just when Tony was chatting with Kai with great interest, a beautiful career woman with a protruding front and a curvy back walked up to Stark. This woman, how to say? She is the kind of person who will make your lower abdomen feel hot when you see her. Kai is also a person who has seen the world, but he was still amazed by this woman. It's not that this woman is really prettier than Diana and Kelly. To be honest, if we only talk about figure or appearance, Diana and Kelly are better than her. But they definitely don't have the charm of this woman. This charm is hard to describe in words, but it is really seductive. To be honest, it's a bit like Catherine's witch physique. But it's not a kind of charm that can forcibly change people's will. In short, it's very seductive. Hi, Natalie. How are you recently? Tony saw that beautiful women were like this. It's not that he was really lustful, but he couldn't control it. After all, he has been like this for many years. Mr. Stark, we just met yesterday, but it was obvious that this beautiful woman didn't intend to give a good face. I think if you have time to talk about these boring things, you might as well sign the documents quickly. We are all busy. Except you. Okay. To be honest, Kai, do you feel that my charm has decreased a lot since I confirmed my relationship with Pepper? Tony said to Kai while browsing the documents at a glance. No, that's your illusion. Kai shook his head. He felt that the woman was staring at him. So he said directly, is there something wrong with me, miss? What? Natalie said like a little girl who was caught peeking at a handsome guy, trying to cover up something. Kai could feel that this woman was not as harmless as she appeared on the surface. I mean, you always look at me, is there something wrong with me? Natalie smiled slightly, looking very charming. Unfortunately, she was still a little bit worse than Catherine, who is a real natural beauty. No, I'm just curious. As for what she was curious about, Natalie didn't say. She was waiting for Kai to ask. Unfortunately, someone was messing around. Hey. Man, you haven't answered my question yet. Tony can't pick up girls now. Because of this, he especially doesn't like people picking up girls in front of him. What's the problem? Kai said deliberately. Oh, I remember. You said your charm has declined. Yes, that's it. Kai patted Tony's shoulder and said heavily, wake up, kid, when have you ever had that kind of thing? So there is no such thing as decline. Hey, listen to me, I know you are jealous of me. But you can't lie like that. Honesty is a quality that every man must have. It's not difficult to admit that I am excellent. Come on. Man, face your heart, fuck. When did you become gay? Are you going to come out or something? The two men were very childish and insulted each other, which made Natalie a little angry. Are the men more fun than her? Of course, with Natalie's skills, she would not really get angry about this trivial matter. She just felt that this opportunity was a bit too rare. You know, with her identity, it is difficult for her to have any intersection with Kai. Kai's identity was definitely a surprise. If she hadn't overheard the conversation between Pepper and Tony, she wouldn't have known that Kai, the head of the Los Angeles West Police Department's major crime squad, was actually a shareholder of the Wayne Group. The Wayne Group has attracted a lot of attention because it firmly stood on Tony Stark's side in the battle for the Stark Group. Among them is S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, the timing of the Wayne Group's entry was really too coincidental. Whether it was the arc reactor or the Iron Man suit, they were too sensitive, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had no choice but to be careful. So Kai also became the object that Natalie needed to pay attention to. As a woman, an extremely beautiful and dangerous woman, Natalie never thought that using beauty to complete the mission was shameful. Agents need to use all resources that are beneficial to them to complete the mission. Beauty is her weapon. Just when the two childish ghosts were still teasing each other, suddenly there were bursts of screams outside the door, as if they had seen something strange. Kai looked at Tony. You also prepared a show to entertain. How is that possible? This is just the premiere of a movie. Tony would not be so cheap to use such a gimmick to promote his movie. At this moment, Kai and Tony's watches both sounded a reminder. Sir, an unusual flying object is approaching the venue quickly. The only difference is that one of them is a male voice and the other is a female voice. Tony's face immediately changed. Jarvis, understood, sir. Then Tony's watch immediately popped up a virtual screen. On the screen, a shadow was stepping on two flames and heading straight for the performance venue. If I'm not mistaken, Tony, is this your Iron Man armor? Absolutely not. My Iron Man armor, absolutely can't be so ugly, Tony refused sternly. Speaking of this, Kai nodded. With Tony's flamboyant personality, his Iron Man armor must be gorgeous, beautiful, and high style. But this one in front of him is definitely not. First of all, there is no spray paint. It is just a smooth piece of iron welded together, and even the traces of welding are clearly visible. Secondly, its exterior is covered with rough joints and rivets. The steel plates only protect a few vital parts. There is no helmet, only a small raised steel plate on the back of the head. Its protection is not as good as the Unit 01 that Tony made in the cave in Afghanistan. It is big, black and rough. This thing looks like a rough set of steel armor. Seeing this thing getting closer and closer, Kai felt bad. I think we have to evacuate the crowd here now. Fortunately, the movie was over, otherwise it would be a big trouble. Now it is the dinner after the premiere. Although it is still inside the Chinese theater, most of the people have left. Only some die-hard fans are still waiting for their idols to come out. But the number has decreased a lot, so the evacuation work is not too difficult. But before Kai can make any move, the rough armor in the sky suddenly accelerated and crashed into the theater head first. Fuck, this flying technique is exactly the same as Tony's Unit 01. Get out of the way. Kai didn't care too much when he saw the situation. He pushed Tony away and protected Natalie under him. Instinct. Absolute instinct. Boom. Just like a missile attack, the ceiling of the Chinese theater exploded with a huge explosion. Along with a roar, the gentlemen and ladies who were previously well-dressed and decent screamed meaninglessly, as if they could rely on screaming to settle everything. Bang. There was a sound of stones being lifted up, and the ugly version of the steel armor stood up from the ruins. However, it was obvious that the collision just now also brought him a little trouble. At least many parts of his armor began to make crackling sounds, and some places were still flashing electric sparks. At this time, Tony crawled out from under the cold table. Well, Kai just used a little force and pushed Tony directly under the table. The Mecha warrior also noticed Tony at the first time. Tony Stark, a strong Mao accent. Tony had already tidied up his appearance at this time. After all, they were all people of status and needed to maintain their image. You're looking for me? I'm sorry, I don't sign autographs for fans. Tony really wouldn't sign autographs for fans. After all, in addition to being a well-known playboy, he was also the owner of a super-listed group, and his signature was of great significance. The man tore off his already tattered steel armor in a few seconds, revealing the smaller armor inside. Damn, this guy actually wore 2 layers of armor. By the way, this guy also took off the helmet on his head and threw it aside. At least he didn't wear 2 layers of helmets. The man showed his face. He looked at Tony and smiled, but his face was stiff, and the long scar under his left eye made him look even more ferocious. Thief, go to hell, he muttered, and the short stick-like objects in his hands suddenly extended rapidly, and in less than 2 seconds they turned into 2 long whips. At the same time, the whips were shining with blue and white electric light, and countless tiny arcs of electricity burst out from them. Sukabul, the man raised his left hand and swung it violently. Get out of the way. Tony originally intended to hide, but someone was faster than him. Kai ran out from nowhere, kicked Tony away, and then raised the M1911 in his hand and shot directly at the man. The man immediately blocked his head with his right hand, blocking the bullet. And Kai also turned 360 degrees in the air and dodged the lightning whip. Crack! With a crisp sound, a fiery red crack appeared on the marble floor of the hall, emitting a faint heat. The whip just now actually melted the marble. Tony was pushed under the table again this time. This made Tony feel particularly embarrassed. Happy, where have you been? As everyone knows, Happy has a dream of making movies. How could he not participate in such an occasion? This guy came with the name of protecting Tony, but in fact, after the cocktail party started, he was free to move. Boss, I'm here. Happy was rushing towards Tony. Box. Give me the box, Tony shouted and waved to Happy, but he ran to the other side. Fat Happy was struggling to rush to Tony's side. He had no choice because he was too fat and not flexible enough. Seeing the young master's action, he understood what he meant and ran out immediately. He stepped on something and fell to the ground, but the next second, he got up and ran to the lounge specially prepared for Tony by the organizer. Soon, when Happy appeared again, he was holding a red suitcase in his hand. Chapter 568 Batman to the Rescue. The man didn't care about other people at all, not even Kai who was shooting at him. He stared at Tony and said in a Russian accent, Tony Stark, you know? Your family are all thieves and robbers, bang bang. Kai tried to shoot the welding interface on the guy's armor, but the Russian stuff was as hard as ever, and it didn't do anything. All he could do was shoot the guy's head. But although this guy looked like a reckless man, in fact, one of his arms was always in a position to protect his head, which made Kai have no way to deal with his grandson unless he used extraordinary strength, such as the ability to turn bullets. But now, damn, these people are really annoying. But it doesn't matter, he still has a vest. Tony. Get out of here quickly. This guy's target is you, Kai shouted at Tony while dodging the Russian's lightning whip. Unfortunately, Tony was not moved at all. I can't just leave like this. Man, I'm Iron Man, SHH, with a short whistle. Tony glanced at the passage on the other side behind him, and Happy appeared there, holding a red briefcase in his arms. This was also the reason why Tony stayed where he was. Happy used all his strength and threw the briefcase in his hand to Tony. Tony jumped in front of the briefcase and stepped on the red briefcase, which instantly stood up and opened. He bent down and pressed his hands into his gloves, then raised the briefcase to his chest and pressed it. The briefcase immediately extended a piece of red and silver armor, wrapping around his upper body. Tony's arms and legs spread out, maintaining the most standard dressing posture, and pieces of folded armor popped out from the main frame and quickly combined together. Finally, the helmet flipped up from behind, the silver mask was buckled, and his eyes lit up with white light. The whole dressing process took only 5 seconds, and Tony became Iron Man again. Crack. Maozi saw Iron Man appear. Not only was he not panicked, but he became more excited. He swung his lightning whip to force Kai back, then grabbed the cold table and threw it at Kai. The cold table was at least 7 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. Kai had no way to dodge such a big thing unless he showed extraordinary abilities, so he could only pretend to be knocked down and temporarily leave. Seeing his friend being attacked, Tony no longer hesitated. He raised one hand, the circle on the palm of his hand lit up, and a palm cannon was about to be fired. The blue-white whip came again, and Tony dodged slightly. The tail of the whip made a small bend and pulled back from the side to hit his wrist, and the palm cannon's charging process was immediately interrupted. Tony immediately moved his body to the side, and the palm cannon in his other hand was also raised. Bang! The palm cannon was fired, and the blue-white light whip was swung almost at the same time. The two collided with each other, making a louder roar, and the strong airflow scattered, blowing the surrounding debris into the air. The attacker was safe and sound, even with a grim smile on his face, and the whip continued to whip him. The attack of the palm cannon is an external release of energy, which only lasts for a moment. The physical whip is not. Tony is a scholar after all, and he is not very good at fighting. Although he has been practicing various martial arts, fighting is different from the martial arts practiced in the gym. The best way to improve in combat is always actual combat. So he was caught off guard and was entangled by the whip. Jarvis's reminders kept ringing, and the internal system was extremely unstable. The attacker's whip was very special. The energy was converted into ionized plasma flow by it. Ordinary objects were all cut into two pieces by one whip. Fortunately, Tony has always been striving for perfection in his armor. He even made special alloys in the laboratory for his own armor, so he could withstand the attack of the lightning whip. However, it also interferes with the steel armor very strongly. The power output of the Mark V is extremely unstable, so Tony cannot immediately break free from the plasma-filled iron whip. Tony tried to stand up, but the attacker had two whips. Crack! The whip hit Tony's knee, which made the knee that had just stood up fall to the ground again. Jarvis, remember to remind me, after returning, I must hire twice as many fighting coaches, sir. Your current fighting coach is the best in the world. Hiring twice as many will not improve your fighting level. You don't need to remind me at this time. I'm sorry, this is the core instruction you gave me. When you make a mistake, point it out in time, okay, then remember to remind me and change it after returning. Yes, sir. Then Jarvis continued, there is another thing I need to remind you of. Your energy connection seems to have a problem because of the opponent's attack. The opponent's ionized plasma flow is paralyzing the energy system of the mecha. WTF, the opponent seems to be very familiar with your arc reactor. His attack has a very clear direction. Before Jarvis finished speaking, Tony saw that the system was paralyzed on a large scale, which means that if he continued to do this, his iron suit would become a steel coffin. You should have said this from the beginning. Tony's first reaction was not I'm done for, I'm going to die, but I'm done for, I'm embarrassed. At this moment, from the virtual projection, he saw a black shadow swooping down from the sky opposite him. As soon as he saw the glider-like cape and the stealthy and silent style, Tony knew who was coming. After all, he had spent a lot of time recently looking for the true identity of this guy. He had no ill intentions, he was just curious. The black shadow swooped down from the sky, like a bat hunting in the dark night, flipping in the air with great agility, passing through the blue and white whip shadow, and kicking the attacker on the back. Bang! The attacker who had just tortured the young master without a chance to fight back, suddenly fell to his death, sliding face down on the smooth platform for more than 10 meters. This also saved Stark from the dilemma. Batman, Tony whispered. However, unlike the last time I saw Batman, this time Batman's equipment has been obviously upgraded. His exoskeleton armor has become one size larger and thicker, and the light of the arc reactor is on his chest. Overall, it is 50% similar to Tony's iron armor, but more hardcore and sci-fi. Hey! You are plagiarizing, Tony couldn't help but complain. The bright white eyes on Batman's helmet looked at Tony. The cold electronic voice responded, go and sue me. At this time, the attacker who was hit stood up and waved the iron whip in his hand again. Be careful. That thing can restrain the arc reactor. Batman glanced at Tony, and his hand touched his waist. And a black shadow flew out. The attacker who had just climbed up from the ground felt his body tighten. He looked down and found that a black bat dart was circling around him, and the thin rope behind the bat dart tied him up several times. He exerted force with both arms, trying to force the thin rope to break. But Batman appeared in front of the attacker like a ghost, and hit him in the face with his fist as big as a sandbag. Then, the guy fainted without even a groan. Seeing this scene, those who hadn't had time to escape were stunned. So simple? Then Iron Man just now was so weak. How are you going to spend Christmas? Or work like the author? But it seems that there is nothing to celebrate. Forget it, please vote for next month. Chapter 569, Go with the Flow. Tony saw that the man who attacked him was finally defeated, and he relaxed at this time. But at the same time, a sense of shame immediately climbed into his heart. Damn, he was saved by Batman again. Well, thank you. Although I think you are doing something unnecessary, I can deal with this guy without you. Batman glanced at him, and then walked towards the attacker silently. Snap. Batman grabbed the reactor on the guy's chest. You still have the heart to think about this? Batman shook the copycat version of the arc reactor. You may want to explain this thing to those masters on Capitol Hill. Tony's face became serious. This is indeed a problem. I absolutely believe that you must find a way to make this guy disappear. Otherwise, Batman didn't say much. After all, he had to maintain his own personality. What kind of personality is Batman? Cold and mysterious. Trucking a light really destroys his personality. After saying that, a purple light lit up under Batman's feet, and he floated up out of thin air. Then the Batcape instantly deformed and hardened, flew out of the Chinese theater, hovered over the theater for a few times, used the spin to increase the initial speed, and finally disappeared silently into the night sky. Tony watched Batman leave so freely, and naturally hated him. Damn, the benefits were taken away by this guy again, and he could only stay to solve the mess. When Batman left, I don't know how many organizations, both open and secret, began to track Batman's location, hoping to catch him. To be honest, the American officials actually like people like Tony. Although he is also reckless, the problem is that his identity is public, and he is also a super rich man. Such an identity can naturally bring many benefits to Tony, and sometimes he can even do some extraordinary things. But for the official, such an Iron Man is actually not a big threat. After all, he is part of the social system. The higher his status in this society, the less likely he is to lose control. After all, his life and property are all in the open. But what about Batman? Until now, the authorities don't even know whether he is a man or a woman. Not to mention control, they don't even have the slightest means to control Batman. This is very annoying. Let alone the authorities. In fact, Tony's heart is always beating. Yes, Batman did save him, including this time, twice. But the problem is that he doesn't know Batman. He doesn't know anything. Tony has tried to check Batman's background more than once, and even recorded his voice, hoping to identify the suspect through sound wave identification, but it's useless. Batman's voice is all electronic synthesis. As for fingerprints and other things, there is nothing at all. Tony is a very conceited person. It's a fantasy to ask him to trust someone he doesn't know at all. So in Tony's research items, he specifically focuses on Batman's emergency mechanism. This is not suspicion, but the vigilance that an adult should have. The kind of guy who easily trusts others foolishly can't be the president of a large group. So from the bottom of his heart, Tony doesn't trust Batman. The reason why Batman took the arc reactor was completely out of gratitude for saving his life. It's just a matter of mutual benefit. Compared to Tony's displeasure, others are different. Especially those media personnel, they are almost fainted with excitement. Superheroes have been the most popular topic in the United States and even the world in the past 2 years. Among them, Tony is the most famous, and the 3 Chicago heroines are also very popular. But who is the most high-profile and mysterious? It must be Batman. He appears the least, but every time he takes action, he's extremely crisp and neat. The only time he appeared in front of the public was the last Iron Man incident. But in fact, the major media did not collect many pictures of Batman in that incident. Because his speed is too fast, by the time the media arrived, others had already solved the problem and left directly. But this time is different. Although it was after the premiere, many reporters had not left. They were more dedicated than those fans. So this time many reporters took a lot of precious photos and video materials. This time they made a fortune. Of course, the happiest people are those in the entertainment industry. Iron Man and Batman fight supervillains. They experienced it personally. The female stars were fine, they were still frightened. The male stars were also excited. How many men could resist robots and superheroes? What's more, this was a good topic to talk about. Topics are topics, topics are attention, attention is fame. Fame is fucking money. Among them, the staff of DBAO almost fainted with joy. They got feedback on the film's response as soon as the film was broadcast. It was very bad. But now it's different, it's a comeback. With such a gimmick, if the box office is not a big hit, then DBAO's publicity and distribution department can collectively resign and go home to grow potatoes. Those people at DBAO seem to have seen the future of a big box office hit. They all wanted to worship Batman as a god. They thought about whether to find this big guy next time they start a new film. Unfortunately, they didn't have Batman's contact information. Tony couldn't understand the excitement of those media people here. He was still annoyed that he was embarrassed again. Hey, Tony. You bastard, hurry up and save me. At this moment, a communication request was sent to Tony's personal terminal. At this moment, Tony finally remembered that he still had a friend. So Tony hurriedly moved the cold table away. Kai was being pressed underneath. Now Tony was much more balanced. There was someone more unlucky than him. Ho-ha, Kai, what's wrong with you? Were you almost scared to pee just now? Tony tried to get a little comfort by hitting Kai. Bullshit, Kai naturally wouldn't let him succeed. If all my weapons weren't in the car, I could beat the shit out of that bastard. At this moment, a fragrant breeze blew, and a curvy body fell into Kai's arms. Kai was stunned, and then he realized it was Natalie. Looking at this woman who threw herself into his arms like a girl, Kai showed a meaningless smile at the corner of his mouth. He was not really pressed under the table. He saw it clearly from Batman's perspective, and this woman's skills were quite amazing. Although the emergency today did not cause any deaths, many people were injured. But what about this woman? Although she looked dirty, Kai could see clearly that she had no injuries at all. Don't forget, she was in the center of the incident. Her skills were not comparable to those of ordinary people. But Kai did not say anything, but hugged her. Although it was a bit shameless to say so, it was a good opportunity. Chapter 570 Popular. Thank you, Kai. If it weren't for you, I really can't imagine it. Natasha's performance made Tony on the side stunned. Tony saw with his own eyes that this girl knocked Happy to the ground with one move. What's more, Tony also doubted the identity of this woman. Tony once personally investigated Natasha's background. But the feedback results were perfect. The background information and resume of Miss Natalie were perfect. But the more this was the case, the more suspicious Tony became. Moreover, Tony guessed who put her by his side. That one-eyed black egg. So when Tony saw Natalie's pretentious posture, he felt bad. But just when he was about to say something, Natalie, who was in Kai's arms, suddenly showed her little face, her eyes full of murderous intent and warning. Tony has always been very stubborn. Sometimes, the more you forbid him to do something, the more he wants to do it. He is a very difficult guy. But this time, he was actually frightened by Natalie's eyes. He seemed to see a beast guarding its prey, not allowing the hyenas beside it to take it away. Black Widow, who is so curvy, should also be considered a beast, right? Mr. Hyena. Tony took a step back silently, indicating that he would not participate. In his opinion, S.H.I.E.L.D. should not do anything to Kai. After all, Kai is not an ordinary person, he is a rich man. In this country of money, being rich is indeed different. Of course, Tony is more confident in himself. Kai is his friend. If S.H.I.E.L.D. has any intentions towards him, they also need to pass this test. Seeing Tony so sensible, Natalie was very satisfied. Today was indeed a fruitful day for Natalie. Her three major targets, Kai, Tony, and Batman, were all gathered together. Although Batman seemed to be difficult to get along with, at least Natalie had met him, and there would always be a way to get in touch with him in the future. What's more interesting is that according to the analysis of analysts within S.H.I.E.L.D., it seems that Kai also seems to have some internal connection with Batman. So Natalie did not hesitate to launch a honey trap on Kai. Soon the Los Angeles police car arrived. Like almost all the police in big movies, the Los Angeles police can't escape the law if police appear only after the story ends. When Chloe found her boss, he was chatting with a woman sitting on a stretcher beside the ambulance. Of course, this was not the key point. The key point was that the beautiful woman was holding Kai's hand tightly with both hands, with a look of attachment. Chloe quickly hid. She was afraid that her boss would kill her to silence her. At the same time, she was secretly condemning her boss for being a scumbag. She saw with her own eyes how beautiful the boss's girlfriend was. With such a beautiful girlfriend, he was still cheating outside, which was worse than an animal. Just when Chloe was performing various small dramas in her mind, suddenly someone patted her from behind, almost scaring her to death. "What are you doing here, Dan? Do you want to scare people to death?" Seeing that it was her ex-husband and pursuer Dan, Chloe breathed a sigh of relief. "What are you doing? I've called you a few times," Dan said with a smile. Chloe quickly grabbed Dan, and then he hid with her. "Why are we hiding?" "I have something to report to the boss." Dan was confused and didn't understand what his ex-wife was doing. Wait a minute, Chloe was sometimes really surprised. What on earth did she think when she married this dull guy? Can she see what's going on now? "Didn't you see the boss picking up girls?" "Picking up girls?" Dan frowned and stretched his head to look again. "No, although there are indeed a few women around the boss." "How many?" Chloe also stretched her head. Unexpectedly, there were 3 more beauties around Kai at this time. She knew 2 of them. One was the famous Hollywood actress and producer Charlize Theron and the new actress Kristen. It was not surprising that Chloe knew Charlize Theron. After all, Charlize Theron was only in her 30s, but she debuted earlier, in her teens, and it has been almost 20 years now. Plus, she has a movie every year, and in recent years, her movies have always been well received, so it's hard not to know her. As for Kristen, it's even more amazing. Although her position is not comparable to Charlize Theron, she has become synonymous with a Mary Sue heroine after a few vampire movies. She is very famous among teenagers. Chloe's 2 daughters are very obsessed with her. Chloe took some time to recall the other woman and recognized her. She is the recently popular female president of Stark Group, Virginia Pepper Potts. This person is now in the limelight, and she was crowned the president of Stark Empire at the age of 30. This is unique in the world. Although there are many sayings in the market that the reason why she became the president is entirely because Tony Stark, the owner of Stark Group, is her boyfriend. Of course, most of those who say this are just jealous. In higher-level circles, everyone recognizes Pepper's ability. Chloe was a little dizzy when she saw this combination. Is her boss so charming? After a little thought, Chloe found that it was true. No matter from which aspect, her boss's conditions are very good. First, he graduated from a prestigious university. Although Kai dropped out of school to join the army, in the United States, you can take a leave of absence at any time. As long as you accumulate enough credits, you can graduate. The real difficulty is to get into college and how to graduate, which is exactly not a problem for Kai. Secondly, he is handsome and tall and strong. No matter how the market promotes that external beauty is not important, in fact, external beauty has always been very pleasing. Thirdly, Kai is rich. Chloe's mother is a Hollywood actress. Her family conditions are quite good. She is also a person who has seen and eaten. She can easily see the clues from her boss's food, clothing, housing and transportation. His boss rarely uses famous brands, and even most of the things on his body are unlabeled. But the suits and leather shoes he wears are basically all handmade. Now this thought, handmade customization is the real luxury. And let's not talk about anything else. Just the cigars in the cigar cabinet in the office of her boss, which is always full, cost thousands of dollars a cigar. This is not something that ordinary people can afford. All of this can show the financial situation of the boss. In addition, although Kai is not outstanding in his career compared to these 3 ladies, he was the head of the West District Major Crime Unit at the age of 27. He holds the title of police inspector. This is no joke. Even though the United States is not official-oriented and does not value positions as much as property, this speed of promotion is rare. In short, such a handsome, rich, and successful man seems to have no problem being favored by others, and more importantly, Kai can fight. Look at his resume, it is actually built with the lives of criminals. Sometimes Chloe thinks that if it weren't for her special situation, she might also fall in love with her boss. In fact, Chloe guessed wrong. Kai is not enjoying the blessing of having many wives. None of these 4 women are really interested in him. I won't mention Natalie. Kai could tell in just a moment that this woman was definitely not innocent when she approached him. In the less than 5 minutes of conversation, this woman had already tried Kai several times. Although her conversation skills were superb, if Kai hadn't known that she had problems, he might have really fallen for it. The main reason why Pepper came this time was also for Tony. As soon as she learned that Tony was attacked, Pepper rushed over. After learning that Tony was fine and the attacker was caught, Pepper was relieved. Only then did she have time to comfort her employees and see Kai by the way. She also heard about Kai and seemed to be injured. But she didn't expect that when she found Kai, her employees actually held Kai's hand in that ambiguous manner. To be honest, Pepper did feel a little uncomfortable at the time. This discomfort was not because Pepper still had feelings for Kai. After all, she was already with Tony, and the past was over. It was meaningless and hurtful to talk about it again. It's just, how to say it? People have possessiveness. For example, if you have a good relationship with a girl, but you are not together, and one day you find that there is another boy next to the girl, even if you have no position, you will feel uncomfortable. For example, if an ex-boyfriend or ex-girlfriend meets each other again and sees a stranger next to each other, they will subconsciously feel uncomfortable. Pepper probably feels this way now. This is also the reason why Pepper rarely takes the initiative to get along with Kelly, even though she knows Kelly. Another reason is that Natalie is too charming. In fact, if she is not so capable, Pepper would not intend to keep her around. This kind of woman is too attractive to Tony. Pepper believes that Tony will not break up with her for her. According to past experience, at most they will eat fast food. But this is not okay. Tony is her boyfriend now. In short, Pepper feels uncomfortable and naturally wants to stir up trouble. And if Charlize Theron says that she has no good feelings for Kai, it is absolutely a lie, but it is just a good feeling. Although Charlize Theron is not a real Jade girl, she does not touch the fireworks of the world. Although her love life is not as colorful as other Hollywood actresses, she has had several relationships. It is not surprising that she has a crush on a man like Kai. Especially Kai's waist, a mature woman would drool at the sight of it. But Charlize Theron is very sober. She knows that she and Kai are not from the same world, and it is necessary to maintain a good personal relationship. They can be called lovers, but forget it. Of course, she does not reject occasional friendly matches, and even welcomes it. So she is emotionally stable, but she does have something urgent to find Kai, so she has to interrupt the friendly communication between Kai and the beauty. As for Kristen, she is just a bystander. She has no say. Even if she has a crush on Kai. Kai is not interested in finding a brother for herself. Kai, I have something important here that needs your help. Charlize Theron instinctively dislikes Natalie. In fact, except for men and women with special tastes, no one would like Natalie, because her existence makes them all doubt whether their femininity is as strong as they imagine. Flirtatious women are the public enemy of women. So Charlize Theron didn't care about Natalie at all. Although Charlize Theron always kept a low profile in front of Kai, she was an absolutely successful person after all, so it was nothing to be a little rude to a Star Group employee. Although Natalie was very unhappy about these people coming to make trouble, she also knew that some things were too much, and if she was too eager, it would be easy for Kai to be suspicious. So she simply retreated to advance, leaving an impression of knowing the general situation, and then slowly attack. Natalie has raised Kai's level of attention more than once. After all, Kai can not only influence Tony, but even Pepper. In addition to his complicated background, Natalie thinks he is a person who needs to be observed. This does not conflict with her mission, and can even help her complete her mission in some places. Then you go and do your thing. I'm fine, I'll go to the hospital by myself. It was pitiful. At least the two male emergency personnel next to the ambulance looked at Kai with a different look, with two bright words, scumbag. Damn it, Kai held his breath when he saw this look. This woman was fine, and he didn't know how she got it. That damn emergency doctor insisted that she had soft tissue contusion and slight bone fracture. God knows, although Kai is not a doctor, he has studied medicine for a period of time here, but he just didn't take the medical qualification exam. In addition, with his rich experience, he doesn't need to insist to see that this woman has no problems at all. However, Kai didn't expect to expose this woman now. He planned to investigate this woman's background carefully before making plans. Okay, I will visit you when I have time. Then he watched the emergency personnel send Natalie away with reluctance. Tisk tisk, Pepper looked at the side and made a sound of tisk tisk, with a weird look. Most people can't see Pepper making such an expression, not even Tony. Kai is different after all. He is Pepper's first love boyfriend and knows her past very well. So she doesn't know how to be polite with Kai. If you have something to say, talk, don't be so weird, it's ugly, Kai said unhappily. It seems I need to have a good talk with Kelly about what you did in Los Angeles, Pepper said unhappily. What did I do? Kai looked like he had done nothing wrong. Besides, when did you become so close to Kelly? Although Pepper had participated in the underwear party organized by Kelly in Chicago, their relationship was not really good. At least Kelly and she never contacted each other on their own initiative. Chapter 571 Threatening Letter. It was impossible for Pepper to really go and complain to Kelly because of this. She was just upset for a while, not to the point of jealousy. So when she saw that Kai was fine, she left. After all, she was the one in trouble. After all, a person who could copy the arc reactor suddenly appeared. The appearance of this person would threaten the Stark Group's exclusive right to the technology of the arc reactor. There were too many people outside who were spying on this technology. She had to deal with that guy in the shortest time, otherwise the Stark Group would be greatly affected. This guy, Kai looked at Pepper and was confused. He couldn't figure out what was going on with her. But Kai didn't care. After all, women would become abnormal for a day or two. Seeing Pepper leave, Kai looked at Charlize Theron. Hey. Charlize, do you remember what I said? Charlize Theron smiled. As a woman, she could feel Pepper's emotions and understand her. But she didn't plan to say much. After all, it would not be good for her if this kind of gossip spreads out. Not to mention Kai, even if Tony and Pepper really get angry, it would definitely be enough for her. I know, but I can't turn a blind eye to this kind of thing. Tisk. Okay, tell me, what's going on? But I've said it before, I can help you this time. But I'm not sure about the next time. It's no joke to intervene in this kind of thing casually. You can get yourself into trouble at any time. Charlize Theron didn't agree with this. She just asked Christine to tell her story. Christine was a little restrained. First, Kai's identity made her a little uncomfortable. After all, this guy had criticized her as worthless before. Second, she herself was actually not sure whether she had taken too many drugs and had hallucinations. She was afraid that if she told it out, others would not only not believe it, but also think she was crazy. But seeing Charlize Theron's encouragement, Christine finally told it out. This matter has to start from Christine's last movie. As we all know, Christine became famous because she participated in a series of Mary Sue vampire movies. To put it bluntly, this kind of movie has no connotation. It is just a typical fan-oriented movie with handsome men and beautiful women dressing up and acting cool. But young people nowadays like this kind of movie. In short, this series of movies made a lot of young actors, including Kristen, famous. For young actors, it is naturally a good thing to encounter such opportunities at the beginning of their careers. After all, they can quickly accumulate favors. But when they become famous, it is different. No matter how popular these movies are, for the mainstream Hollywood, these movies are not up to standard. These young actors not only can't rely on these movies to get higher evaluations, but will also be harmed by public opinion. Because once their image is tied to the characters in the play, people will get used to their image in the play. That is not a good thing for their future. So the later they get, the less they want to continue acting. The most serious problem is the male lead Robert Pattinson. This guy has hated this series of vampire movies to such an extent that whenever he talks about the movies that made him famous, he will show an expression of can't bear to look back on the past, constantly complaining about the stories in the dramas. And even pointed out that the original novels should not be published at all. He also said that vampires and human girls are in love, as if humans have fallen in love with their hamburgers and steaks, which is ridiculous. In short, it is a headache for the film company. By the way, the emotional problems between Kristen and the male lead Robert also aggravated the bloody atmosphere. Of course, this is not what Kristen is really worried about. What really made Kristen feel breathless was that after they worked together on the last film in this series and announced that they would not take on the sequel, some fanatical fans obviously could not accept this reality. About 3 days after announcing that they would not take on the sequel, she and Robert began to receive various threats. They both called the police, but did not announce it to the public for a fear of a bad impact. The Los Angeles police are familiar with this kind of thing. After all, it is Hollywood, and some fanatical fans are not uncommon. But the police intervention did not make things better, but worse. If it was just that, it would be nothing. After all, if you don't care about this kind of thing, it will be just like that. But until about a year ago, things suddenly took a sharp turn. Robert died. The cause of death was drug overdose. Of course, this is a more euphemistic statement. In simple terms, it is just taking too many drugs. However, Americans have always been more favorable to the dead, so they said it was drug overdose, but those who understand will understand. This is not surprising. Every year in Hollywood, there are people who die for this reason. But Kristen denied this statement. Robert is not a good man who is loved by everyone. In fact, news about this guy playing big and making trouble is not uncommon in Hollywood. This guy is very difficult to deal with, arrogant, and hot-tempered. But Kristen knows that Robert is also ambitious. He takes acting very seriously. He doesn't just want to be a beautiful vase. In fact, he is a drama madman in the traditional sense. He loves the acting career. So he is very self-disciplined in some aspects. It can't be said that he never touched drugs, but he had strong self-control and had no preference for those things, and even hated them a little. So when he suddenly overdosed on drugs, Christine certainly didn't believe it. Of course, Christine didn't doubt that Robert died because of such a bizarre thing at the time. After Robert's death, Christine was indeed depressed for a while. But life always has to go on, so after a while, Christine invested in the filming of a new film. But as Christine joined the Snow White crew, some strange things began to happen around her. For example, when she was alone, the lights in the room would flicker, and things on the table would suddenly fall to the ground inexplicably, and she always felt that someone was walking around in the room. In short, these strange things often happened around her. At first, she thought she was nervous. After all, she was under a lot of pressure. The death of her ex-boyfriend and the blockbuster she was shooting were related to her transformation, which made her suffer. She just endured it silently and planned to see a psychologist after the filming of the movie was finished. But one day she suddenly received a threatening letter, which made everything look particularly weird. The letter was written in blood. In the letter, the other party first emphasized how much she loved Christine and Robert, as well as the vampire movie they starred in. Then the style of the painting changed, and suddenly began to accuse her and Robert of betrayal. Then she began to describe her punishment for Robert. After that, there was a series of nonsense and some messy runes and terrifying portraits. In short, it was very creepy. But Christine didn't take it to heart at that time. After all, since she and Robert began to publicly decide not to continue to act in vampire romance Mary Sue movies, they have received many letters from such angry fans. This one was just a little more excessive. But what followed was that the abnormal events she encountered became more serious. It was also at this time that Charlize Theron discovered her abnormality, and helped her very enthusiastically. Although Charlize Theron was just a two-handed knife and knew nothing about real exorcism and demon hunting, when she was in Springwood Town, she also learned some methods to deal with evil spirits from some of the content of the conversation between Kai and the Wen brothers. In addition, she herself had encountered evil spirits, and even saw Kai perform exorcisms, so she considered herself to be a semi-expert. Anyway, she felt that Christine had encountered an evil spirit. Then, with the help of Charlize Theron, for example, she put some salt around herself, or bought some exorcism witchcraft bags from some witches and mediums whose authenticity was unknown. It's true that this second knife really worked. At least it was quiet for a while. But this good time didn't last long. When the film was about to be finished, the blood letter came again. Various strange visions followed one after another. The most serious one was that she saw Robert's fantasy. And this time, Charlize's second knife was useless. In short, Charlize Theron thought of asking Kai for help. "Did you call the police?" Kai asked. Christine nodded. The police didn't find anything either. They just identified the bloodstains on the letter, but they didn't find out who it was. Christine had some words left to say. It's not that the police didn't find anything, but that they didn't investigate carefully at all. But seeing that Kai was a police officer, she couldn't say those unpleasant words. Kai also saw it, but he didn't think it was a big deal. It's not that the police are irresponsible, but that they can't manage it at all. This is Hollywood. In terms of the density of stars, it ranks first in the world. There are too many stars. And there are all kinds of birds in the forest. There are always some fanatical fans who have nothing to do for no reason in this world. For those stars, they receive too many problematic letters and emails every year. If there is a problem, let the police investigate, and the entire Los Angeles police will be exhausted and can't finish investigating. Usually, as long as there is no consequence, the police will generally not pay much attention. It's very realistic, but this is reality. This is Hollywood. There are countless stars more famous than Kristen, and they will be treated the same when they come. The police are not gods, and it is impossible to take care of everything. What about the letter, at my house? Kristen said excitedly. After all, this is the first person who is willing to believe in her besides Charlize Theron. Watching Kai and the two actresses walk away, Chloe and Dan looked at each other in bewilderment. Do I still need to report to the boss? Dan asked with some embarrassment. After all, Kai was the highest commander on the scene, and there were many things that needed Kai's approval. Although Dan could act as the team leader in a serious crime squad, he was still just an ordinary police officer outside and had no right to act on behalf of Kai to exercise power. Report to the boss. Chloe rolled her eyes at her ex-husband. You go to bother the boss at this time. I'm sure you'll have to wait for the boss to make things difficult for you in the future. In Chloe's opinion, Kai took the two actresses away, so it was impossible for him to go to study the script in the middle of the night. As for what he would do, everyone is an adult, who doesn't know what he would do? Chloe has a good mother and is considered half a Hollywood person, so she naturally knows that those glamorous stars are not as decent as they seem on the surface. As far as Chloe knows, it's still good in recent years due to the development of information. In the past, it was even more corrupt. The most famous one is the red sofa. The so-called red sofa means that in Hollywood, when actors wanted to get a role, if they pushed open the door and walked into the interview venue, they would see a red sofa in the middle, or a red blanket on the sofa. If the actors wanted to have a chance to get the role, they would consciously close the door, lie on the sofa, and wait for the director-producer to come. The actors included both male and female actors, whether they were long-established stars or newcomers. But now there are very few such red sofas, because they have been exposed. Unfortunately, although the red sofas are gone, it does not mean that Hollywood has really become clean. On the contrary, Hollywood is still the same as before. It's just that everyone is doing it more secretly. In short, although Chloe saw two female stars follow their boss, she didn't think it was strange. After all, she knew more exciting things than this. Don't worry, such a big thing is not our turn for the West District Police Department to worry about. Someone will take over soon. We just need to maintain order and do a good job of handing over. Chloe looked at the mess in the Chinese theater and was not worried at all. Sure enough, less than 5 minutes later, a convoy came to the scene without hesitation through the cordon. A bald man in a suit led a group of fully armed soldiers to surround the scene. Who is in charge here? Me. Dan stepped forward without hesitation when he saw the situation. The bald man in a suit looked at Dan strangely. I remember you. Where is Kai? Why is he not at the scene, sir? Boss. Well, team leader Wayne was injured and went to the hospital. Before he left, he authorized me to be in charge here. Dan lied without hesitation. However, he was not worried about being exposed at all. Anyway, even if he found Kai, Kai would say so. Dan was still confident that their boss would protect him. He was injured. The bald man pulled the corner of his mouth and felt absurd. It's rare that he can get hurt, sir. If you have any questions, I suggest you call my boss in person. But now, I'm in charge here, okay? I'm Agent Phil Kelson of the FBI Special Operations Division. We're in charge of this place now, and I need you to hand over all the evidence and information in this case. Remember, all of it. The person who came was Kai's old acquaintance, Agent Phil of S.H.I.E.L.D. As always, S.H.I.E.L.D. likes to grab a sheep from the FBI and pull it hard. Similarly, as always, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s field agent seems to be only Phil. Wherever there is trouble, this guy will appear there. He is simply a model worker. ID. Documents, perhaps influenced by Kai. These people in the West District Major Crimes Unit have always behaved like this to other brother units. To put it nicely, they are rigid and like to follow rules. To put it bluntly, they are just bullying others. But anyway, given Kai's previous record of making media, NSA, and FBI look bad, many people know how difficult Kai is, so no one dares to make things difficult for the West District Crime Squad. The same is true for Phil. After all, Kai doesn't take S.H.I.E.L.D. seriously, which Phil has experienced personally. So he can only honestly produce his credentials and documents to prove it. Chapter 572 Curse. Kristen's house is located between downtown Los Angeles and the west coast of Los Angeles. The environment here is very good. Although it is in the city center, it has dense woods, which provides the privacy protection barrier that many stars hope to enjoy. The luxury houses here usually start at $10 million. For example, Kristen's house is at least $30 million, with its own driveway, gate, swimming pool, tennis court, garden, and security system. Just look at these luxurious decorations and expensive supporting facilities. It's no wonder that so many people are trying their best to become stars. Look at Kristen. She has only been in the industry for 5 years, but she already has the financial resources to buy such a luxury house. You can imagine how much those stars earn. In fact, Kristen is just like that in front of real stars. The real big stars have real estate all over the world. Take Charlize Theron for example. Her real estate is all over Los Angeles, New York, Miami, Europe, and South Africa. This part of the real estate alone is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. So Kristen is just a piece of cake. Of course, Kai didn't come here to visit the house. He still had business to do. This is the letter. Christine drove away the servants and security guards, leaving only the 3 of them in the house. Although the servants' expressions when they left made people think a lot, Christine didn't have time to care about that. Kai unfolded the letter and immediately smelled a pungent smell of blood. This thing doesn't seem to be ordinary human blood. Kai didn't read the content first, but picked up the letter and smelled it. Belladonna, there was a smell of some herbs mixed in the blood. Although Kai was not very good at witchcraft, he knew some of it. Well, there is also thistle. This smell should be thistle. And Amanita muscaria? That should be it. And finally there's sage. Then Kai quickly took the letter away, and the smell was really not good. What are those? Charlize Theron asked curiously. Herbs used in witchcraft. Kai did not hide this point, because this thing is now commonplace. Belladonna. Maybe you have heard of it. It is a herb native to Europe. It will produce black fruits, and it will make the user feel uneasy, hallucinate, and feel drowsy. After waking up, they may forget what happened just now and have memory loss. Thistle flowers don't have much medicinal value, but this thing represents revenge, and also represents the pain of a heart like a needle piercing. Thistle flowers are very common. When Kai was a child, he could see this kind of flower on the roadside of the village. When he was a child, he only thought that the smell of this thing was pungent and unpleasant. It looked ugly. But in fact, this saying has a long history in the ancient West. There are 2 legends about this flower. One is that in Greek mythology, the goddess of the earth fell in love with a versatile Chris, and wanted to find an opportunity to express her love to this hunting expert shepherd who could recite poems and compose music. However, she didn't know that the flower was willing but the water was ruthless. After suffering the grief of unrequited love, she turned herself into thistle to express the pain of a heart like a needle piercing. The other is a plant that is said to have grown after the Virgin Mary took down the nails that crucified Christ and buried them underground. At the same time, this thing has a high status in witchcraft. Generally speaking, those wizards or witches who want revenge will use this flower as a medium to curse their enemies. Amanita muscaria and sage have similar effects. In the past, many wizards would use these things as medicine. But now few people use them. After all, the side effects are too great. Seeing Kai's analysis, Christine gradually gained a little confidence. Then, is this poisoned by people? Charlize Theron listened to Kai talking about herbs for a long time, and did not mention any supernatural events, so she asked carefully. No, Kai shook his head. Then he looked at Christine. Congratulations, you won the prize. What, you were cursed by a wizard? WTF, Christine swore. This is also called winning the prize? Hey, do you know how many people who know witchcraft are left nowadays? Kai said with a smile. Anyway, I have only met one in all these years. Kai lied for no reason. Since returning to modern society, Kai has only met one person who knows witchcraft. That was the psychic who helped Kai solve the murder case in the Dream of the Haunted Ghost in Chunmu Town. In fact, strictly speaking, psychics are only members of witches, not real witches. The things I just mentioned are at most some poor hallucinogens in the hands of ordinary people. As long as they are not taken directly, basically nothing will happen. But these things fall into the hands of people who really know witchcraft, and they become murderous weapons, Kai explained. In other words, what Christine encountered this time was not an evil spirit or a demon, but a wizard. Charlize Theron's eyes widened, her expression full of curiosity. After all, she had only heard of wizards, but had never seen them. Of course, in fact, she had only heard of many things but had never seen them, so she was particularly curious. Is it the kind of wizard who rides on a broom and rubs a crystal ball? Close. Kai was not interested in popularizing that wizards don't ride brooms and rarely use crystal balls for divination. Anyway, it's enough to get the idea. Charlize Theron and Kristen looked at each other. They had just finished playing Snow White and encountered a wizard. This feeling was really wonderful. Especially Charlize Theron, she had full confidence in Kai, so she didn't worry about any problems at all, so curiosity took over. Then what should we do? Go find that wizard directly, Charlize Theron asked eagerly. Kai rolled his eyes at Charlize Theron. We have to find him or her. It just so happens that I am not very good at witchcraft. Kristen's face turned pale. When Charlize Theron saw her like this, she immediately comforted her. Don't be afraid, Kai will definitely find a way. Unexpectedly, Kristen shook her head, pointed directly behind Charlize Theron and Kai. There's something there. Kai and Charlize Theron immediately turned their heads, and there was nothing behind them. But when the two turned around, they found Christine looking at them in horror. Charlize Theron rushed over and grabbed Christine, shaking her desperately. Christine, what's wrong with you? Wake up. Christine woke up as if she had just woken up from a dream. Christine, what happened to you just now? Charlize Theron asked Christine while holding her. Christine didn't say anything, but just kept looking at the two of them, as if she wanted to see something from them. Her eyes were so terrified and hesitant. It was as if she didn't believe what she saw. What's wrong with you? Charlize Theron didn't know what was wrong. She had never seen Christine like this before. In fact, it was the first time that Christine saw those horrible things in front of outsiders. In the past, she would only see those things when she was alone or asleep, but this time, just now, she saw two swollen blue arms stretching out from the shadows behind Kai and Charlize Theron, grabbing their shoulders, but they didn't seem to notice anything. That was fine, but when she pointed out that there was something behind them, they turned their heads to look over. When they turned their heads, their faces were completely changed, their flesh was rotting, and even their eyeballs fell out of their eye sockets. Christine couldn't tell whether it was her own hallucination or something else. Let me do it, Kai walked to Christine. But Christine kept shrinking back as if she was approached by a ghost. Kai grabbed the woman's legs, pulled her to his side, and held her head. Look into my eyes. Hearing Kai's voice, Christine looked over instinctively. As a result, when she looked up, she saw a pair of golden glowing eyes. Then there was a sharp pain. Christine, Charlize Theron rushed over to hug Christine. What's wrong with her? Kai let go of her hand and said, nothing, just helping her to expel the curse temporarily. After a while, Christine finally woke up from the severe pain. Seeing that Christine was no longer shouting, but just panting, as if she was about to collapse. What just happened was, she didn't encounter any supernatural things, but was cursed. In short, everything she encountered these days was not real, but an illusion caused by the curse. Kai picked up a glass of wine and handed it to Christine. Alcohol can relieve her fatigue and weakness. Christine finally recovered a lot. She took the glass tremblingly. Why? This is the first time I can see those things so clearly. It wasn't like this before. They would only appear vaguely, not like now. Charlize Theron asked curiously, what did you see? Christine hesitated for a while and told Charlize Theron what she saw. Charlize Theron's eyes widened when she heard this. She got goosebumps all over her body when she thought of a hand touching her body. Kai ignored the two women and picked up the letter again. Although there were indeed faint traces of witchcraft on the letter, Kai was sure that this amount of power would at most make people dazed for a while, and it was impossible to cause such a strong reaction. Kai took the letter and planned to take a look at the spell. It would have been better if he hadn't read it. The more he read, the more confused he became. First of all, the spell on the letter was indeed ancient Celtic text. If the other party knew witchcraft, it would not be surprising to know this kind of text. But the problem is that the spells in it are completely messed up. Simply put, these are not spells at all, but more like verbal curses, not curses. If someone wants to use this thing to curse someone to death, it is a complete joke. Charlize Theron looked at Kai staring at the letter, thinking Kai had discovered something. Kai, did you discover anything? No, it's just that the things on this letter don't look like a curse. As Kai said this, his hand trembled, and the letter began to burn. Looking at the flames of the letter, Kai looked as if he had expected it. If this letter is really a curse medium, the color will definitely not be like this when it burns. What color should it be? That's hard to say. It could be any color. Anyway, it won't be the color of a normal flame. The color of witchcraft items burning is generally green, but it is not absolute. Depending on the type of witchcraft, the strength, and even the material of the medium, The burning flame may show different colors. This kind of thing is hard to say. That means this letter has nothing to do with what Christine encountered. That's not the case either. There are still faint traces of witchcraft on it. I can only say that this thing should be considered a trigger, and it is it that caused the curse to break out. This is also Kai's guess. But it should be almost certain. What should I do then? Christine was a little anxious. Especially now, she saw the possibility of solving the problem, and she became more anxious. Kai touched his chin. A curse can't come out of thin air. It must need a medium, although Kai didn't know much about witchcraft, compared with spells. Witchcraft, in addition to being weird, another major feature is that witchcraft needs a medium. Curses are even more so. It's impossible for a wizard to curse others with a spell. It needs a medium that can connect the victim and the caster. What medium? Medium. This thing is also complicated to explain. In simple terms, if a wizard wants to curse Christine, generally speaking, there are two ways. One is to obtain Christine's body fluids, hair or personal items. In short, it needs to have a strong connection with Christine. The other way is that the wizard prepares an item after casting a spell and places it around Christine, and then affects Christine through that item, body fluids and hair. We can't find a clue for a while, so it can only be a witchcraft item. Let's look for it quickly. Charlize Theron's mobility is not to be underestimated. She immediately started looking in Christine's house. It doesn't matter whether others are willing or not. Of course, Christine will never refuse. After all, Christine is not stupid. It's time to die. Why would she care about this? In this era, there are no anti-intellectual elements in the future. The virus is right under our noses, and a group of people are still clamoring that it's all fake news and vaccines are conspiracies. Soon the three people were rummaging through the house, but they found nothing. The three people worked for more than 3 hours and turned the whole house upside down, but they found nothing. Instead, they found a bunch of useful and useless things. For example, change. No one expected that they would find a pile of coins in every corner of the house after rummaging through the house. In addition, Kai also found some extraordinary things in a room. It was very discordant, such as a two-headed dragon, a straitjacket, a whip, a ball gag, etc. In short, it was very wild. Even Charlize Theron's expression changed when she looked at Christine. But Christine herself was very calm and just said it was a small toy to liven up the fun. Not only that, she also joked that why don't the three of them give it a try tonight. Kai turned around and left immediately. Charlize Theron is still in Kai's aesthetic taste. But Kristen. To be honest, if he does that with her, Kai will suspect that he is gay. Charlize Theron didn't refuse immediately, but seemed to be considering. Well, women in Hollywood are just tough. It's almost the end of the year, and I'm really busy recently. Many things need to be done before the Chinese New Year, so I'm a little slack in updating recently, but there's nothing I can do about it. It's work. Anyway, I'd like to say sorry first, and hope everyone can understand. Please give me some recommendation votes. There are recommendation votes every day. In addition, it's the end of the month, and if you don't vote for the monthly ticket, it will disappear. Chapter 573 The Otaku's Revenge. Play is play, and fuss is fuss. But we still have to do it. After all, human life is at stake. There's only one place that has not been searched. Kai set his eyes on Christine. Christine suddenly felt a little flustered when Kai looked at her like this, because Kai's eyes were too sharp. Being stared at, she always felt like she was being eaten alive by him. Subconsciously, Christine hugged herself. I was just joking. I'm not that casual. Kai's forehead was black when he heard it, and he said it as if it was just a casual thing. Don't worry, I'm a picky eater. Christine was unhappy now. I am naturally beautiful, and there are so many people who want to get close to me but don't have the chance. You actually despise me? Of course, Christine didn't test a law in a rage. After all, although she was arrogant, she was not that stupid. The plot of being looked down upon by others but falling in love with them only exists in Mary Sue novels. There is definitely no such stupid person in reality. I mean, do you have any witchcraft items on you? Kai said with a wishful thinking expression. On me. Christine looked at her body. Apart from an evening gown that she hadn't taken off yet, there were some jewelry. It shouldn't be an evening gown. This evening gown was specially made for today's premiere. Actresses like them would not wear old clothes to attend important events, but would specially order an evening gown. They would also only wear such clothes once. If a female star attended an event twice in a row wearing the same dress, she would be laughed at. Even when they appeared in public, they would wear new clothes. It seemed that they would not be able to show their dignity otherwise. Then they would only think about underwear and jewelry. Underwear. Christine didn't think much about it. She took off her evening gown directly and showed it to Kai openly. It's not that she intended to seduce Kai, but, for actors like them, taking off clothes is not as easy as for ordinary people. Take Christine for example, she even shot a nude photo album. That time, she took a nude photo album specifically for promoting women's rights. It has been released. Her male fans are shouting and buying it. Female fans are also very happy. After all, this is for promoting women's rights. From this, we can understand the truth. It is obviously the same thing. Just give different statements and you will get completely different feedback. Take Kristen for example. She can't make money from taking photo albums? Of course not. But if she honestly said that she took photos for money, the outside world would definitely scold her, with all kinds of moral condemnation. But as long as she changes the statement, that she took off her clothes to promote women's rights, who would come out to scold her? No one. In short, it's not like she took off all the clothes. Kristen said she didn't feel much pressure. Kai held his forehead and was speechless. Please, I don't need you to take off your clothes. And who are you going to scare to death with your parve? Put them on quickly, I will have nightmares. Kristen's figure is not as bad as Kai said, but it is not as good as imagined. At least her cup size is really small. It was not obvious when she put on clothes before. It is probably squeezed in the middle. Anyway, there was nothing to see. When Kai was a child, he liked those skinny girls, but as he grew up, he shamefully succumbed to his instincts. After all, when a person is born, he will automatically drink milk without being taught. This shows that this is human instinct. Instincts are not shameful. So Kai really didn't have any idea about Christine's figure. Christine could see that the man in front of her really didn't like her, but she wasn't disappointed. Everyone has their own preferences. No matter what, she couldn't get angry because of this. She could only secretly curse Kai for being a LSP. She didn't put on her evening dress again, but just found a t-shirt to put on. Then she took off all the jewelry on her body. Sure enough, Kai found a problem with her emerald necklace. This emerald necklace is very beautiful and looks like it was handmade. Although it looks a bit rough at first glance, it is surprisingly well designed, and the more you look at it, the more tasteful it is. Where did this come from? There was an emerald the size of a pigeon egg on the pendant of the necklace. Kai pried open the emerald with his key and found a small magic circle engraved on the back of the emerald. Although Kai didn't recognize what kind of magic circle this was, judging from the pattern, it should be the witchcraft of the ancient Celts. Kai once thought that the witchcraft of the ancient Celts should have been lost. After all, in the Camelot era, witchcraft had already withered, and even wizards were almost killed. After so many years, Kai really couldn't figure out how this thing could still be passed down. Could it be that the Celts were not completely extinct back then? It shouldn't be. In order to find Kai over the years, Kingsman has tried everything, including looking for traces of the ancient Celts, hoping to find witchcraft that can find Kai's traces. However, after almost a century of searching, Kingsman has not found any traces of the ancient Celts. There are not even any relics. But now, the guy who cast a witchcraft is to find it. A friend of mine gave it to me. Christine didn't expect that there was something wrong with the necklace. It can be seen that she cherishes this necklace very much, otherwise she would not wear it for a long time. I think we have to talk to your friend. Kai put the necklace into his pocket. Bobby Max, a screenwriter. He is a little famous in the industry. But he has not completed many scripts independently. What really made him famous was his adaptation of Tiffany Meyer's vampire novels. Well, those movies that made Christine famous. In Hollywood, screenwriters have a very high status. Apart from producers, screenwriters have the most power because they have the most say in the basis of a play. Producers respect the artistic creation of screenwriters very much, but the premise is to save money for producers and maximize box office profits. Screenwriters can work with producers to fire any director, and even big stars. Star system can make producers fire any staff. Hollywood screenwriters either complete the script independently, or producers hire several screenwriters to hold a meeting to discuss and study how to make the film more popular and more attractive, and then ask one of the screenwriters to write it. When the subtitles are released, the other screenwriters are signed after the screenwriter. But there is one kind of screenwriter that is not valued, that is novel adaptation. If it is a very famous novel like The Lord of the Rings, it is another story. But the problem is that Tiffany Meyer's vampire novels are obviously aimed at teenagers, and they don't have a high status in the publishing industry, let alone the literary world. Therefore, the adaptation of this kind of vampire Mary Sue novel is particularly not taken seriously. Because this kind of movie already has a clear audience before filming, there is not much room for the screenwriter to play freely when adapting. In short, Bobby Max's career cannot be said to be bad, but it is still far from good. What makes him feel even more unfair is that those leading actors became famous because of the scripts he wrote, but later, these guys turned around one after another and desperately slandered his scripts, saying that the plots were childish and illogical. What is this? Destroying the bridge after crossing the river? Because of these guys' outrageous words, Bobby was conservatively ridiculed in the industry. What made Bobby even more unacceptable was that in order to prove himself, he wrote a few more scripts, and he took these scripts to Robert and Christine. As a result, these two were obviously the biggest beneficiaries of his scripts, but not only were they unwilling to help, they also said, "Bobby, you are not suitable for such a deep script, you should go back to writing those soap opera scripts." This made Bobby completely furious. So he chose revenge. But Bobby was just an honest man who liked writing and watching movies. He had never fought since he was a child, let alone revenge on others. This was a kind otaku. Generally speaking, otakus are not really bad. At most, they are keyboard warriors on the internet. Bobby was the same at first. But one day he accidentally discovered a chat group. It was full of messy witchcraft and other things. At first, Bobby didn't take it seriously, just as a joke. He mixed in it just to develop his career, collect materials, and write scripts. After all, some of the things said in it were quite realistic. As time went by, he also got familiar with it, so he complained and vented some of his resentment that was difficult to vent in reality. But unexpectedly, someone actually found him. Not on the internet, but directly offline. The person asked him if he wanted to retaliate against those people. Bobby certainly wanted to. So the person gave him a book. It was full of witchcraft. Bobby didn't believe it, but in the end he used the witchcraft in it. He really didn't think that the witchcraft in it would really work. So when Robert died of drug abuse, he was terrified. He didn't expect this thing to really work. But human nature is so interesting. After the initial panic and discomfort, Bobby gradually fell in love with this feeling of life and death. He has always been looked down upon, ridiculed, and even ignored. But now, he suddenly found that he has mastered the power that no one has. When you are proud, you will be rampant. But it only refers to villains. In fact, human nature is like this. So Bobby changed completely. He wanted to be the best. He wanted to make those who despised, ignored, and laughed at him pay the price. So he quickly turned his target to Christine. Compared with Robert, his feelings for Christine are more complicated. Bobby and Christine used to have a very good relationship. At that time, Christine had just transformed. She was a child star. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is a newcomer, and she was also very humble. Well, in fact, 80% of newcomers are very humble. After all, they are nothing. As for the 20%, you have to know that there is no shortage of people who are blindly confident and always think they are the protagonists in this world. Bobby is a homeboy who has no girlfriend. And Christine is a child star who has been in Hollywood since she was a child, and she has no shortage of means to build relationships. After a while, Bobby and Christine became friends. Christine really didn't look down on Bobby, but they were not as close as Bobby thought. The necklace was a birthday gift that Bobby made for Christine himself. What kind of gifts has Christine never received since she was a child? But she has never received a birthday gift like this one made by someone else. So she took it very seriously and thought it was a symbol of their friendship. But she didn't expect that it would become something that would kill her. Kai brought Christine and Cheris to Bobby's house. Bobby's family really didn't lack money. He lived in San Marino, Los Angeles County. San Marino is a wealthy area in Los Angeles where Chinese people are concentrated. What's more interesting is that someone has built a Suzhou garden of a large area here. This garden is called Liufang Garden. It is located in the Huntington Library in San Marino. Liufang Garden is modeled after the Suzhou Garden. The plant area is about 4.9 12 acres, which is close to 50,000 square meters, not much different from the area of Suzhou's humble administrator's garden. The median annual income of families here reaches $155,708. Therefore, it has the reputation of Little Beverly Hills. Of course, the housing prices are the same. Bobby's house is an old apartment. A large part of his income comes from the rent of tenants. When they came here, they found that there were not many tenants in the apartment. After asking, they found that Bobby suddenly stopped renting out a few months ago. Even if the tenants were willing to continue renting, he did not want to renew the lease. In other words, now this apartment is basically Bobby alone. Bobby even dismissed the apartment cleaner he originally hired. This situation is not good. Remember, I will talk all the words later, and you two will hide behind me in the end. Oh, the two women nodded very obediently. Although the wizard's direct ability may not be very strong, it is weird and hard to guard against. If you are not careful, you may be tricked. In other words, now this apartment is basically only Bobby. Bobby even dismissed the apartment cleaner he originally hired. This situation is not good. Remember, I will be the one talking later, and you two will hide behind me in the end. Oh, the two women nodded very obediently. Although the wizard's direct ability may not be very strong, it is weird and hard to guard against. If you are not careful, you may be tricked. They rang the doorbell in front of the apartment door together. But the doorbell rang for a long time, but there was no response at all. In the end, Kai could only use a crooked trick. He asked Christine for a hairpin. Straighten the hairpin, and then poke it in the lock. You, the police also know this. Kai rolled his eyes at her with disdain. A lot of police know this. This is nonsense. This kind of skill of sneaking into the door and picking the lock is really not something that ordinary police can do. Kai also learned it from his master after working as a criminal police for several years. Old detectives like his master's generation are all treasure troves and know everything. In fact, their generation is almost the same, and many people know everything. It's not like now, many boys can't even install a light bulb. In the words of Kai's father, men of their time would be looked down upon if they didn't have some skills. Kai opened the door of the apartment in a few seconds. As soon as they walked into the door, the three of them felt a chill. The two girls huddled together for warmth. This is Los Angeles. Kai felt the atmosphere in the apartment and smiled with a nostalgic smile. Well, it feels like that. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 574 Bluffing. The old-fashioned elevator in the apartment has been shut down. In fact, not only the elevator, but also all the lights in the entire building have been turned off. With the turbid and humid air in the apartment, there is no need for renovation. It can be used directly as a horror movie scene. Bobby, has his house always been like this? Cherise Theron didn't know Bobby very well, so she didn't know him well. No. Bobby likes his apartment very much. According to him, only here can he find inspiration, so he loves this apartment very much. Anyone who wants to move in must sign an agreement that it is strictly forbidden to destroy anything here. Even if there is a problem and needs to be repaired, he must be notified so that he can find a special person to repair it. It is said that the history of this place is very long, and Bobby also intends to apply for it to be a cultural relic. Christine hugged Cherise Theron's arm and pressed her body tightly against Cherise, as if she was very scared. This is the pollution of witchcraft. Kai observed the surroundings before giving a conclusion. When modern people think of witchcraft, they naturally think of darkness or evil. But this is not accurate. This is also attributed to the medieval church. At that time, Christianity had been introduced for some time and became the mainstream religion in Europe. In order to consolidate its power and end the policy of tolerance of paganism, it began an exclusive policy, that is, hunting witches. Under the propaganda of the church, witchcraft became evil and a power obtained by people and demons through a deal. But in fact, witchcraft is a very primitive power. At the latest, when the Neanderthals had begun to bury the dead and had the consciousness and belief of the soul about 80,000 years ago, humans had already believed in witchcraft. Real witchcraft belongs to the ability to combine nature contained in the talents of the biological world. But the process of mastering witchcraft is not easy. Because witchcraft is the use of primitive natural energy, In the early stages of learning witchcraft, some wizards and witches will not be able to master it well, which will cause the power of witchcraft to get out of control and cause pollution to the surroundings. For example, the power of witchcraft changes the environment around the witch-wizard, allowing plants or fungi to grow wantonly, attracting some small animals to approach, and even the energy of witchcraft can change the form of the wizard-witch itself. This is why when people think of witches, the image in their minds is mostly of an old woman with a hooked nose, accompanied by a pet, usually a black cat, wearing a black cloak, extremely ugly, and likes to mutter to herself. She always cooks lizards, bats, spiders, venomous snakes and other ingredients in a big pot to make a thick soup. Of course, this kind of pollution is only the view of normal people. The witches themselves don't care much. After all, people who really understand witchcraft look at things from a completely different perspective. They really regard themselves as part of nature, and their own beauty or ugliness is not important at all. Bobby's apartment is also in this situation. Kai smelled a lot of fungi, moss and pollen in the air. In addition, there are some messy smells from animals. Kai and the two women just walked up the stairs to the second floor, and a group of bats flew out of the corridor. How could two girls who have always lived in big cities have seen this? Maybe they have never encountered real bats, so they were scared. In fact, compared with many animals, bats are extremely harmless to humans. Most of them eat insects, and the rest are vegetarians. There are only 1 or 2 species that can really suck blood like in the movies. In addition to being a little ugly, bats are considered evil creatures, which is really unfair. This is not over yet. Before the two women finished screaming, several mice chased and played and ran past them. Seeing the two women hugging and screaming endlessly, Kai was also helpless. We should really call the Department of Health. The small animals here are almost a disaster, Kai whispered secretly while comforting the two women. Okay, ladies, do you really want to scream all night? Or should I send you out and take you home after I solve the problem? No. It's better for us to follow you. Christine was completely without any manliness at this moment, which was really embarrassing. Okay, then you have to promise not to scream again, okay? I'm really afraid that I will be deafened by your screams before I meet the real owner, Kai emphasized again and went directly to Bobby's room. Bobby lives on the second floor. The rooms on this floor are all connected. There are no other residents. It belongs to Bobby alone. Kai knocked on the door first as a courtesy, but unfortunately no one opened the door. If Kai hadn't sensed that there was indeed a living person in the room, Kai would have suspected that Bobby had already run away. Since no one opened the door, Kai was not polite. He took out his hairpin and poked at the keyhole of the door. Kai slowly opened the door, and a pungent scandal came over. This stench was a mixture of many messy smells, the smell of rotting corpses, the fragrance of flowers mixed with hallucinogens, the smell of many spices, and the smell of blood. Someone must have died here. And more than one. Thinking of this, Kai immediately pulled out the M1911 from his ribs without hesitation. He asked the two women to stand at the door and not move, and rushed in alone. The house where Bobby lived was a whole floor renovated, with many rooms and even 2 living rooms. His first living room was right in front of the door. It was not bad, but it was dirty and messy. A lot of domestic garbage was thrown here, and there were also some pizza boxes, lunch boxes from Chinese restaurants, and many snack packaging. But when Kai walked through the corridor and entered the second living room, he immediately saw a new world. The furniture in the whole room had been moved away, and there was nothing except the 4 walls and the floor. But this did not mean that the place was really empty. On the contrary, the 4 walls of the living room were painted with runes and magic circles everywhere. Kai could recognize some of them, but most of them were not recognized by Kai. They were definitely not ancient Celtic witchcraft. In the middle of the hall, a blond fat man, wearing a black t-shirt and shorts, was wearing headphones and shaking his head while scratching a corpse with a knife. From time to time, he would pick up something from the alcohol stove next to him and pour it on the corpse. The corpse looked very fresh, and blood kept flowing out of the corpse. The blood did not flow everywhere, but was attracted by some mysterious power and gathered in the magic circle on the floor. It looked very strange. The fat man had a very weak perception of the outside world. Kai walked behind him, but he still didn't notice it and was still dissecting the corpse at ease. Kai walked to the fat boy and found that he had good taste. The sound coming out of his headphones was actually Hotel California by the Eagles. This is a song Kai likes very much. So Kai decided to wait until the song is over. On a dark desert highway, cool wind and my hair warm smell of eucalyptus, rising up through the air. Welcome to the Hotel California, such a lovely place, such a lovely face. You can check out any time you like, but you can never leave. The fat boy nodded along with the music, and when he was happy, he stretched out his hand and made various gestures with unclear meanings. But just after the climax of the song, his head hit something hard. He froze. There shouldn't be any other people in his house except for some annoying little animals. The hard object on the back of his head pushed against him, and the fat boy immediately understood what it meant. He quickly took off his headphones. "Hi, Bobby. I think we need to talk." He turned his head and saw a tall and handsome man standing behind him with a gun pointed at the back of his head, and he also had a police badge in his hand. "Los Angeles Police, you are under arrest." Bobby immediately broke out in a sweat. He didn't even know what expression he should make. Smile? But in this situation, if he smiles, will he look a little crazy? Yes, of course. What about saying that he was wronged? No one would believe it. After all, the body was right in front of him. Just when the fat man was struggling, two women suddenly broke in. Then, as early as when the two women walked in, Kai was ready and covered his ears. Sure enough. Everyone admires women's lung capacity. They can be out of breath after walking a few more steps, but when they scream, their breath is unusually long. The moment the fat man Bobby saw Christine, he immediately picked up the knife from the body and planned to stab Kai. But before he could draw the knife and stand up, Kai's long legs kicked him hard. Bobby looked like the kind of person who always ate junk food and was not willing to exercise. After being kicked in the abdomen by Kai, he immediately bent over and curled up on the ground like a cooked lobster, holding his stomach and kicking his legs continuously. Bobby's action also made the two women finally put away their sonic power. They hugged each other and curled up by the door, not daring to come in. Kai was relieved to see that they were quiet, and finally it was a little quiet. He walked to Bobby, kicked his dropped knife aside, and then sat on Bobby's abdomen. "Hey, Bobby, can you tell me what you are doing?" Kai patted Bobby's fat face with the barrel of the pistol to make him look at him. Kai had seen Bobby's phone call. Although Bobby was not handsome, he used to be a little shy when he smiled, and his round face was also very funny. He would never be annoying. But now Bobby's cheeks are sunken, his eye bags are as black as a panda's, his hair is messy, and there are gray wrinkles on his face. He looks like he is 20 years older. There is also a strange smell on his body, sour and smelly. More importantly, his eyes are full of ferocity, without the previous kindness. Witchcraft is a power that is difficult to master, even if you have talent. When wizards or witches teach witchcraft, they will repeatedly remind their apprentices not to underestimate witchcraft. Before they have mastered this power, it is best not to use witchcraft casually, which will bring unbearable backlash to themselves. And the little fat man in front of him has obviously begun to be backlashed by witchcraft. If it takes a while, he will probably become like those legendary witches, ugly and shriveled. He shook his head and seemed to finally wake up. Bobby stared at Kai viciously. He opened his mouth, his teeth were yellow, and not only that, his gums were constantly bleeding, looking like a beast that chooses people to eat. "Ha, you can't stop me. I have completed the spell. She will definitely die." Ha. Christine looked at Bobby in shock. She couldn't believe that this would be the fat boy who always had a silly smile on his face. Bobby, why? Christine didn't understand. Although she liked to joke with him and make fun of him, she always thought they were friends. Isn't it like this between friends? Why? Bobby turned his head and looked at Christine, with a vicious smile on his face. Why do you think? You laugh at me and treat me like a clown. I can accept it. But why do you laugh at my work? Don't forget, you became famous because of my script. Not only are you not grateful, but you turn around and slander me. You are hopeless thieves. You all deserve to die. Listening to the fat boy's hoarse taunting, Kai shook his head, then pointed the gun at Bobby's ear and fired a shot. Sure enough, the next second, the fat boy was shot back to his original form. He covered his ears and screamed. Shooting in the ear, that feeling, is not pleasant. Especially the little fat guy thought he had knocked off his ear. Actually, Kai saw that this guy was not as evil as he acted. Maybe he wanted to bluff, or maybe he wanted to lose decently. Anyway, this guy didn't have that awareness at all. After all, not everyone can be a bad guy. When people live in society, they will be subject to the invisible constraints of morality and law. This kind of constraint is necessary, And it is also formed bit by bit as people receive education and grow up. How many people can ignore these things and put themselves outside of these things? People who don't care about moral constraints at all will always be a minority. And Bobby is obviously not that kind of person. This guy has been following the rules all his life, being kind and even a little timid. How could he change so drastically so casually? That's too unreasonable. More importantly, Kai could see panic and regret in his eyes. Little fatty, answer my questions honestly. Otherwise, Kai showed a trace of ferocity. Unfortunately, the little fat guy was not afraid at all. I don't believe it. You're a policeman. You can't do anything to me. These days, unless the other party is poor, the police are really a vulnerable group. The little fat man happened to be a rich man. He could afford a lot of money to hire a lawyer. In fact, if he was beaten now, it should be a good thing for Bobby. At least those legal jackals could do a lot of things with this. Really? Kai stood up with a smile and walked to the living room next door. The little fat man couldn't understand what was wrong with Kai. Was he really scared by him? No way. Sure enough, Kai came back soon with a phone book in his hand. It was the kind of yellow pages, thick. You are a screenwriter. You should know this trick, right? Seeing the phone book, the little fat man's face changed. As for screenwriters, other things are easy to say, but the knowledge reserve must be sufficient, otherwise what is written will be very empty. The little fat man naturally knew the tricks of the black police to force a confession. Kai threw the phone book on the little fat man's chest with a snap, then held the pistol upside down and smashed it down with the handle of the gun. Doing this will not leave marks, but it will still hurt. The same is true for hitting the chest. The chest is protected by ribs, so it won't be easy to have problems. Bang! A muffled sound made the little fat man's eyes bulge out, as if he was going to die. Because it really hurts. Kai ignored him and used the pistol as a hammer to hide him continuously. Wait. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. The little fat man quickly admitted his defeat. Who taught you witchcraft? I don't know. Bang! Kai hit him without thinking. I really don't know. I don't know him. He came to me on his own. I haven't seen what he looks like. He gave me a book and told me to do what it says. Where's the book? In my room. Kai immediately signaled Charlize Theron and Christine to find the book. Soon a very thick book was found. This book was obviously made with modern technology. Although it was antique, both the printing and the paper were made with modern technology. But the content inside was true. However, the content was messy, as if it was pieced together. He just gave you this book and left without saying anything. Although there were many doubts, there were several witchcraft and magic spells that Kai knew about in this book. Although this thing was a bit shoddy, there was no doubt that many things in it were true. No one would be a laughing and give such a precious thing away casually. A trace of hesitation flashed in the little fat man's eyes, and then he shook his head. Unfortunately, that trace of hesitation was caught by Kai. He grabbed the gun and hit it 3 times in a row. I don't know. I really don't know, but this time, Kai didn't believe him. Keep hitting. After a while, the little fat man confessed again. I'll tell you. He asked me to kill 12 people for a blood sacrifice. Fuck. How many did you kill? Kai felt that things were serious. This turned into a serial murder case. 3, bang, bang, bang. Kai hit it 3 times in a row. What I said is true. I'm not lying, I know. Then you have killed 3 people, and you still don't allow me to hit you? You are a bad guy, man, Kai said righteously. Do you know what he's going to do, eh? The little fat man saw Kai raise his gun again and immediately changed his words. I have a guess. Just a guess. Really just a guess. Speak. He seems to be going to perform a blood sacrifice on the god of war Ares. I learned ancient Greek for a while, and there is an Ares word in the prayer he gave me, Ares. Well, the trouble is even bigger. Kai covered his face. Shield, your uncle. When Kai first learned that the statue of Ares was stolen by Shield, he felt that something was wrong. After all, Kai couldn't expect Shield to steal the statue. He really just planned to collect it. They didn't have that much taste. It's just that he didn't expect it to come so soon. 5,000 words. The extra 1,000 words are considered free. After all, in order to ensure full attendance, some of the first chapters are repeated, which really ruins the reading experience. To express my apology, I'll give you 1,000 words. It seems that you don't have to pay for these 1,000 words. Please double the minimum. Also, Please give me some recommendation votes. This week, the number of recommendation votes is a bit poor. Chapter 575 Ares and Hulk. Kai never thought that he was only investigating a supernatural incident, but he ended up with Ares. However, he was relieved in his heart. After all, Ares' strength was there. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the top fighter of the gods. Even when Kai was in his prime, he was not sure of winning against this guy. In fact, this guy had chased Kai for a while because of the bad relationship between Kai and his mother Hera. This was certainly because Kai felt guilty for cheating on his father and did not dare to face him, but also because although this guy was reckless and vulgar, his strength was really not to be underestimated. In short, it was better to see his traces earlier than to wait for this guy to fully recover and come out to cause trouble. At least Ares should not have fully recovered now, otherwise, with that guy's crazy personality, he would never do these little tricks. He would definitely have a grand killing and celebrate his freedom. Where did you know that guy? Bobby did not notice that Kai's expression became solemn. He was scared of being beaten. Online, a forum dedicated to discussing witchcraft. Are people so idle nowadays? Kai was sometimes curious about the imaginations of those netizens who actually opened such a forum on the internet. I need your computer. In addition, you guys should be prepared to spend the rest of your life in jail. Kai took out handcuffs, handcuffed the guy, and then called the police. When Kai called back, Christine came over nervously. Can we sue him for witchcraft? Unfortunately, no. Just kidding. There is no law in the world that has regulations related to witchcraft. But it doesn't matter. He still killed someone, and the body is the evidence. We can completely use this to sue him. 3 lives. I guess he will have to stay in prison for the rest of his life. In fact, Kai was not sure, because in Bobby's case, he could completely use mental illness to deal with the prosecution. After all, no one would believe that witchcraft is real. In this way, as long as he has a good lawyer, Bobby will most likely be sent to a mental hospital for forced detention. But there is nothing wrong with this. Throwing a normal person into a mental hospital is actually quite cruel. However, in order to ensure that this guy would not do anything weird again, Kai still destroyed the witchcraft book. Bobby had not practiced witchcraft for a long time, so he did not understand the contents of the book. He was more of a copycat. He could not even understand the meaning of those words. Of course, this guy did have magic power, although not much, but Kai still sealed this part of his magic power for the sake of safety, making him completely immortal. At least in this way, he could no longer hurt others. Just as Kai was waiting for the police to arrive in Bobby's apartment, on the other side of the city, in a dark basement, a man in black slowly inserted a twisted red dagger into a man's chest. The man seemed to be dead, and the dagger did not react until it had no handle. The dagger pierced the man's heart, and streams of hot blood gushed out along the blood groove of the dagger. Just like Bobby before, the blood did not gather into a ball, but flowed to the magic circle on the ground. As the blood was absorbed by the magic circle, a burst of scarlet light emerged from the magic circle. After the man in black finished all this, he respectfully stepped aside and knelt on the ground. He seemed to be waiting for something. After an unknown amount of time, the man stabbed by the dagger suddenly sat up from the magic circle. Edgar Sisko, yes, my master. The man named Edgar Sisko touched his forehead to the ground. Even if his name was called, he did not dare to cross it at all, and did not dare to look up at his master. Too slow. Too slow. I need more victims. The man's voice was thick and hoarse, as if he had not spoken for a long time, but it was hard to hide the sexiness of his voice, like a subwoofer, very charming. But, recently, due to the appearance of those vigilantes, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been keeping an eye on Los Angeles. If we move too much, it will attract their attention at any time. At that time, it will threaten your plan, Edgar Sisko reported carefully in a trembling voice. I don't care. I have waited too long. I don't want to wait any longer. Go. Bring me more victims. Edgar Sisko was really terrified. To be honest, as a scientist, he never thought that he would become an executioner one day. Well, at least he didn't think of killing people with his own hands. But thinking of the horror of his master, Edgar Sisko couldn't resist. He couldn't give up the power and knowledge that the other party gave him. Those things are priceless treasures. In comparison, the lives of those mediocre people everywhere are insignificant. My enemy has come to this land. I must recover my strength before she finds me, otherwise it will be too late. As the man's tone became more and more severe, Edgar Sisco's body trembled more violently. After he gave everything to this great existence, Edgar Sisco could not resist any order of this existence, even if it was to let him die. "I will find a way, Master, please believe in your humble servant, everything will be as you wish." "Very good, Edgar Sisco, remember, be quick." After saying that, the man in the magic circle suddenly stiffened and fell down. In the process of falling, the man's body began to shrivel, and finally fell to the ground and turned into a ball of flying ash. As the man in the magic circle disappeared, the magic circle gradually returned to calm. Only then did Edgar Sisco carefully stand up from the ground. When he took off his black cape, the short and ugly dwarf showed his figure. It was him, a scientist working for SHIELD, Edgar Sisco. A short but talented scientist, his main research direction is to study radioactive phenomena. Before, he was appointed by SHIELD as the chief scientist for the study of the Ares statue. But I don't know when, this dwarf scientist has been bewitched by the Ares lock. After packing up, this short and somewhat neurotic scientist returned to his residence. As a scientist within SHIELD, Edgar knew that his every move was being monitored. If it was before, even if he was given 100 courage, he would not dare to do tricks under the nose of SHIELD, but after he served Ares gave him magical powers, allowing him to easily deceive those agents. For example, now, he had clearly gone out for most of the night and killed someone, but the agents monitoring outside turned a blind eye to it. In their eyes, Edgar had not gone out at all, but was just sleeping at home. After taking a shower and removing the bloody smell on his body, Edgar turned on his encrypted computer. Edgar knew very well that his computer was monitored by SHIELD. As long as he went a little too far, SHIELD would respond immediately. So he secretly built a computer with a very high encryption layer, which was wirelessly connected to the internet and did not need to be connected to the network monitored by SHIELD. Completely isolated from the other party's surveillance. When he opened his mailbox, there were more than a dozen unread emails accumulated in it. Edgar grinned when he saw this. When he opened the email, it was full of dense experimental data, a large part of which was blood analysis data. Interestingly, these blood samples showed that the blood contained super high radiation energy. This is impossible to achieve in nature. Such a high level of radiation is enough to kill the cells in the blood millions of times. But the cells in these blood are amazingly active. Even if the human body is gone, it can still be active for a long time. If there is a culture dish, it is even more amazing, and the active time can be doubled and doubled again. This completely subverts common sense. As a scientist, Edgar is of course curious about this phenomenon. In fact, he has completely given up the task of SHIELD recently and has been completely slacking off, spending most of his time studying these data. He wants to find out the secrets from it. If successful, the explosives award is not a problem. He can even copy this miracle and become a Superman beyond ordinary people. Unfortunately, it is not possible now. He must make a choice. Or the master's task is more important. So he clicked on the email and wrote a reply. "Banner, I have good news for you. The research has made a breakthrough. But I can't guarantee whether the antidote will be successful. I have to do a live experiment. Yes, you must come to my laboratory and complete the final inspection to adjust the antidote. In addition, I don't have much time. I have been targeted by someone and they are trying to find me, so please hurry up. Your friend, Dr. Lan." At the end of the email, he also attached the address. After sending this email, Edgar smiled proudly. But he immediately sighed in frustration. But soon, he cheered up. He came to his secret laboratory, which was a laboratory he had secretly built. In this laboratory, he made a large amount of serum from the blood samples sent by Bruce Banner. This is the super soldier serum closest to Hulk. The value of this thing is inestimable. On the other side, far away in the slums of Brazil, Bruce Banner, who had been nervously watching the computer in front of the computer, suddenly saw the reply to the email. He clicked it immediately. Seeing the content of the email, Bruce Banner almost jumped up. Fortunately, he knew that he should not be too emotional, otherwise the Hulk would follow. Thinking of this, Bruce Banner immediately forced himself to calm down. At this time, he put his eyes on the photo frame next to him, which showed his girlfriend Betty Ross. She is a scientist and professor at Culver University and Bruce Banner's ex-girlfriend. Of course, this ex-girlfriend was called by Banner himself, and he didn't think it was a good thing for him to stay with Betty. So he decided to leave her and completely cut off contact with her. Just as Banner was immersed in memories, an alarm suddenly came on the computer. Someone broke in. Banner left and turned on the computer surveillance, and found that a team of fully armed soldiers were quietly approaching his house. Without much thought, Banner immediately realized that it was Ross again. He is here. Thinking of Ross, Banner didn't know how to describe his emotions. Thinking back then, Ross was beaten to death, and he ran to visit him, and even thought about getting justice for him. As a result, he soon became Ross's prey and was hunted down by him. Things in the world are unpredictable, but that's it. Why don't you let me be calm? I don't intend to hurt anyone, Banner muttered to himself. He did not choose to attack immediately, but turned on the computer's self-destruct program, then picked up the cup of water next to him and drank tea one sip after another. He had heard that drinking tea in China is a way to pursue tranquility. So he abandoned all beverages that can stimulate his nerves, especially alcoholic beverages. He now either drinks boiled water or tea. Relatively speaking, tea is more in line with his taste. At least that kind of aroma can really make him feel peaceful. It's amazing. Soon his door was kicked open. A group of fully armed soldiers surrounded him. But Banner had no idea of becoming a prisoner. Instead, he looked at them very sincerely. You shouldn't accept such a mission. You will die. In fact, he could express this in a better way, but who told him that he had low emotional intelligence? He was a man with 7 doctoral degrees, so how could he have time to engage in emotional intelligence? So when he said this, in the eyes of the soldiers, it was naked contempt for these fully armed warriors. It was simply too rampant. Among them, Emil Bronsky was the most angry. As a member of the most elite special forces of the military, Emil Bronsky was very confident in himself. In fact, if you do this business, you can't live to this day without confidence. He has always carried out the most dangerous tasks, not afraid of danger or difficulties. He trusts himself and the gun in his hand. Bruce Banner, you will be arrested for treason. Raise your hands and lie on the ground. Banner didn't move, because Emil Bronsky's tone made him angry, or made the other self in his body angry. He was enduring. At this time, a soldier couldn't help it and stepped forward to hide him with the butt of a rifle. Put your hands up, bastard. Banner, who fell to the ground, suddenly resisted the urge and yelled to the soldiers, get out of here. He's coming. Quick, bastard. The soldier thought Banner was playing tricks, and walked forward angrily, intending to teach him a lesson. As a result, just after taking 2 steps, a huge green arm stretched out and grabbed the soldier's head. Hulk. Angry. Smash. Then a 3-meter-tall green giant stood up, grabbed the soldier's arm and exerted force, and snapped. He crushed the soldier into a meat pie. When the other soldiers saw this, they immediately opened fire. Da 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 da. Unfortunately, the bullets hit the Hulk, and it was useless. They bounced directly, and not even a hair was knocked down. Roar. Hulk. Smash. The Hulk, who was attacked, exerted force with his legs, and the man hit the ceiling and flew into the sky, then fell rapidly, and his hands were clasped into fists and smashed hard on the ground. Bang! The ground cracked, and a huge shock wave blew away all the soldiers around like a bomb. Then, before the soldiers could recover from the shock, the Hulk shot out like a cannonball, so fast that the naked eye could not catch it. One by one, the soldiers were smashed into pieces by the Hulk. When Emil Bronsky saw this scene, a crack appeared in his heart that would never be afraid. He finally felt scared. All the enemies he had encountered before were nothing in front of the Hulk. This is a monster. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.